see this journey through. So, it's okay to hate me. But please, love me more. XO.
Chapter 28. Bodhi. Never seen you work so many hours. Not sure I've seen you sweat so much either, Dad says as I bring my bone-tired body through the door just before 7 at night. I've channeled all my energy into fixing fences, replacing boards in the barn, and re-siding the house. Summer is my time to get this stuff done. It keeps my mind from going to places like Henna kissing some guy named Noah half a world away. Ignoring him, I toe off my boots and wipe my brow while taking the steps up to my bathroom, the same damn steps that hold memories of Henna naked on them. Is this about the girl? Henna? She still finding herself? I shake my head. It's just work that needs to be done before school starts this fall. You were showing me pictures of her every day, but 2 weeks ago you stopped showing me pictures, and you've been grumpy as hell since then. I'm old, not stupid. It's about the girl. Yeah, it's about the girl. The way the sun feels on my skin, the whisper of the breeze when I'm on snare, the reflection of the full moon, the air in my lungs, the rhythm of my heart. It's all about the girl. After I shower and eat dinner in silence and under the relentless scrutiny of my dad's curious glances, I clean up and put him to bed before making my nightly trip outside to lie on the mattress in the back of Alice. I leave the doors open to welcome the breeze, a breeze I want to think kissed Henna's skin and whispered through her long auburn hair. Basically, I do anything to connect us. It's been 2 weeks since Henna messaged me, 2 weeks since she kissed Noah, 2 weeks since she told me not to respond right away. I don't know what the time frame is on responding to that, especially when I don't know what to say. The world is filled with men who can offer her a life I can't even begin to give her. She'll come back, this I know. Her home will always be Colorado, but I don't believe she will truly come back to me. Don't sweat it. Everything is temporary. I'm temporary, but Henna could never be temporary. As if she knows I'm thinking about her, my phone chimes with the first text since the Noah text. Hi, remember me? I take a deep breath. Maybe I need to let her go. Maybe she's looking for permission to let go. If only it were that easy. Hi, I'm pretty sure you're still my greatest memory. How's your dad? Nosy. I landed in Madagascar. I'm going in search of lemurs tomorrow. I landed on a pile of hay when I fell off the roof of the barn today. I'm going in search of my lost watch tomorrow. Seriously? OMG, did you get hurt? My heart hurts too fucking bad to feel anything but the pain of missing Henna. I'm fine. Listening to the fray, never say never. Fuck. Colony House, this beautiful life. Someday, I'm coming back to you. I stare at her words, then I play This Beautiful Life on my phone at full volume. Bodhi? After a few blinks, I put this song on repeat and set it on the seat next to me. What are we doing? I whisper, closing my eyes. Henna spends July in South Africa. Junie and Zach meet up with her in Cape Town. She posts pictures on Instagram, including one of everyone on the beach, 3 other couples I've never seen, and a guy standing next to Henna with his arm draped over her shoulder. She looks incredible. She looks happy. To end the month on a real high, my dad finds out his cancer is progressing again. We have our usual argument over treatment. He says no, I say yes, and threaten to call Bella. I win until I get home and find him writing a suicide note. That makes the 4th time since the accident. At least this time I catch him before he does anything more than write a note. We fight. He cries for me and my wasted life. I cry for him and his wasted life. We fight some more, and he gets high and passes out. I contemplate getting drunk for the first time since the night he tried to carry my wasted ass down those marble stairs. Instead, I give in to a very weak moment, and I call Henna. I have no clue how much it will cost to call her, but I don't care at the moment. I can't FaceTime her and let her see me like this, but I'm certain if I don't hear her voice, I could take my own life.
Bodhi?
She answers in a groggy voice. I always forget there's a huge time difference. Choking on emotions that feel like razor blades in my throat, I let her voice cover my skin, sinking into my desperate soul.
Bodhi?
Her voice gets a little stronger as she clears her throat. Falling back on my bed, I press the phone to my ear with one hand and cover my heart with my other hand. Hi. I should probably start with, sorry I've been a selfish, jealous dick ignoring your texts and attempts to FaceTime me for a whole month, but all I can manage to get out is hi. Long moments pass with painful silence. This isn't Bodhi and Henna. This is just fucking torture.
Tell me to come home.
She whispers as if she knows I'm ready to break. Come home. I have nothing to give you except me. Just please, come home. Closing my eyes to suppress a new round of tears, I pinch the bridge of my nose. Today, hell, this whole month has kicked my ass physically and emotionally. I'm so fucking tired.
It was a kiss, that's all. And I didn't tell you to hurt you. I told you because I don't want anything between us.
Except miles of ocean, hours of time, months of separation, and so much pain. Henna can be anything, do anything, live an extraordinary life. If I love her, I'll let her go. I know what I have to do. I just don't know what happens after it's done, after we're done. The love doesn't just vanish. What do I do with these emotions I have for her? You knew. You knew we were temporary, even when I didn't want to believe it.
Bodhi?
She says my name with caution and uncertainty.
Jesus. There's someone else.
I shake my head. How could she think that? It takes everything I have to not correct her assumption. If I say no, she'll know something else is wrong and she'll come home to me. Me, the man who has nothing to offer her. If I say yes, I'll break her heart. But hearts mend. Maybe not my mom's heart, but Henna is stronger than my mom was. Hers will mend, probably without a single scar. I should go.
Go? Are you kidding me?
Anger builds with each one of her words, slashing my chest, cutting me open.
You woke me up after not responding to me for over a month just to tell me you found someone else? No, that's not okay. You owe me more than a fucking phone call.
My face distorts as I fight the pent-up emotions, shaking from my silent sobs as she lets me hear her pain with a choking cry. I'm sorry. I manage to let 2 words slip past my swollen throat, letting them slip off my idle tongue that wants to tell her the truth, but the truth would not set her free, and Henna Eve Lane needs to fly. She needs to be free. No matter where I am on this earth, I'm loving you. Forever.
I hate you.
Hate me. But this time, hate me more than you love me. Then, let me go. Henna lives with such passion. I used to think it was her youth, but it's not. She's going to say what she means no matter what. When she's 80, I'm certain she will live her life with an uncensored tongue. You're going to be fine. She laughs out a sob.
Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night.
The line goes dead.
Chapter 29. Henna. 1 year and 8 months later. Indio, California. Coachella. Dad! I fly out of the cab and run straight into my father's arms. The festival-goers around us stop and stare for a few seconds before funneling toward the entrance. Finally! I kiss him on the cheek just before he sets me back on my feet. During my more than 2 years traveling the world, he only met up with me twice, in Germany a year ago and Ecuador last Christmas. Coachella is my last stop before I go back to Colorado after being gone for over 2 years. I stayed away from the sushi this time. Good call. I tuck myself under his arm as we make our way to the entrance. Kiddo, we have a lot of catching up to do. True. We hold out our bracelets to be scanned. But we'll do that at the hotel later. Right now, it's all about the music. I skip out in front of him and twirl in circles, my bracelets jingling, my hair whipping in the wind. Dad chuckles. A few girls around us do a double take, but not because of me. My dad, with his marine-sculpted body, red hair, and crooked smile, bears an uncanny resemblance to Kevin McKidd, Owen Hunt's character from Grey's Anatomy. I don't see it, but it's probably true. It's just that a few of my friends binge-watched the show and fell in love with Owen, so I can't let there be a connection. It's just too wrong. For hours, we drift from stage to stage. My dad is rock and roll to the core. He lifts me up on his shoulders, and I feel like his 5-year-old daughter again. But at the same time, I feel a dull pain from the past. My last time at Coachella and the shoulders that lifted me toward the sky. I miss those shoulders. I miss everything about Bodhi Malone. He obliterated my heart with one phone call. It took me a week to leave the hostel. It took me a month to find the strength to tell Junie without breaking down. But I'm certain it will take a lifetime to forget him. Glancing around, I can't help but wonder if he's here, working the lights and sound. Did Bella come home to stay with their dad for the weekend, or are Etta and Duke watching over him? I'm starving. Dad drinks the rest of his bottled water as we shuffle out of the tent after the last concert of the night. Me too. Tacos? Absolutely. He wraps his arm around me. Ew, no. I pull away, laughing. You're a saturated sweat rag. Just no. We take the shuttle back to the hotel and find the nearest restaurant still open and serving tacos. Margarita blended and 2 chicken hardshell tacos. I hand the waitress my menu. Dad gives her his order, then shakes his head at me. Margarita blended. When did my little girl grow up? I can't believe you're old enough to order alcohol. For God's sake, it feels like yesterday that you were ODing on fruit punch. I grin. That's just an age thing. I'm not sure how grown up I feel. Your mom and Zach spoiled you by funding your little hiatus from real life. Laughing, I roll my eyes. Real life? I'm not even sure what that is anymore. So what now, Henna? What are your plans? Well, I met a woman in Greece who sells art to major home goods stores. She connects artists to retailers. A lot of retailers are looking for something that can be exclusive to them and limited print designs. Like she literally just happened to walk by me while I was perched on a bench sketching. That's fantastic. The waitress sets our drinks on the table. Yeah. I take a sip of my margarita. I'm not sure if that's how I want my art to be sold long term, but for now, it could be a really great starting point for me. Starting point? Henna, you're going to have your art sold to potentially hundreds of thousands of people. That's more than a starting point. I grin around my straw and shrug. He's right. If I'm honest, my travels taught me a lot about life. The importance of connecting with other people and taking chances when they're way out of your comfort zone. When I wasn't dying over Bodhi for those 2 years and 3 months, I was living. Like, really living. So I'm going to call her when I get home. Home. I shake my head. I'm going home to a guest house and a very empty estate. Yeah, Junie said they'd be in LA until September. Why don't you go there? Surely there's an extra bedroom. He smirks. Or you can stay with me. No extra bedroom, but you know you love my sofa bed. I roll my eyes. Zach owns many homes. He purchased the one in Colorado for me. At least that's what Junie said, but it's her favorite place too. Most of the time they're in LA, closer to the epicenters of their professional lives. I don't hate LA, but it's not my Rockies. My favorite strain of marijuana can only be found in Colorado. You're full of shit. He rolls his eyes. Are you really still a pothead? Pothead? Thanks, Dad. I suck down more of my margarita. I'm really still in pain, if that's what you're asking. But I found other ways to deal with it out of necessity and lack of medical marijuana available during my travels. I'm extremely grateful I didn't get the phone call that my only daughter is in some third world country's prison on drug charges. Yeah, well, me too. I giggle, gathering my hair off my neck and leaning back to stretch. It's been a long day. As I release my hair and straighten my back, my gaze falls over my dad's shoulder to the bar. My heart stops. Completely, emergency brake, brick wall, stops. Bodhi. He laughs before taking a drink of what looks like water. The blonde next to him talks animatedly with her hands in the air, then she leans toward him, laughing hard as she balances by putting her hand on his leg. I knew coming home might involve seeing him again. I've both dreaded it and craved it. As I sit here, I don't even know what my heart is feeling because it's simply idle in my chest. Maybe it's waiting for my brain to process all that's happened over the past 3 years since I met Bodhi in this same city. What are you looking at? Dad turns, looking over his shoulder. Nothing. Nothing? Is that a lie? Are Bodhi and I now nothing? I don't know, because a lot happened after that phone call. When I managed to crawl out of my dark hole, I lived. I lived in constant motion, immersing myself in my surroundings, always looking for the next adventure. I lived in the laughter of new friendships, and sometimes I lived in the arms and the beds of other men. But not once did I ever want their names carved beside mine in a fallen tree trunk above my creek in Colorado. Is nothing the blonde guy? Dad turns back around. I told him about Bodhi and Mr. Malone, minus the stare sex and blowjob in his office at school. I didn't even tell Junie those details. She knows there was sex and other intimate acts, but no matter what name I give her, my conscience will always see her as Mom. Does Mom really want to know what Mr. Malone tasted like going down my throat? I think not. Maybe, I say cautiously, adjusting my chair so Dad blocks me if Bodhi looks our way. Do I need to kick Nothing's ass? I grin, in spite of the pain. I grin because my dad's never had that chance to be protective of me like this. He's never confronted a date of mine at the door and threatened to castrate him for so much as looking at me for too long. No, but thanks for the offer. It's a standing offer. I chuckle, tipping my chin and stirring my drink with a straw. The waitress brings our food, and because every hungry stomach in a restaurant homes in on outcoming food, Bodhi looks our way. 2 seconds. I give him eye contact for 2 seconds. Possibly the longest 2 seconds of my life. And from the way the color drains from his face, I'm certain this is the first he's noticed me. So, you dating anyone? I ask my dad, vowing not to look in Bodhi's direction again, even if I feel his heated gaze all over me. Not at the moment. I can't get a handle on these dating websites. I think they're for your generation, not mine. I nod before taking a huge bite of my taco. Bodhi's still staring at me. I feel it. I've lost my appetite, but I need something to focus on, so I shovel in food, fiddle with my napkin, and gulp down the rest of my margarita and my ice water. And these women do not put accurate profile pictures on the site, nor do they post accurate facts about themselves. Last month, I went on a date with a woman who said she enjoys all things outdoors, hiking, biking. Then she practically dies on me during dinner because she forgot her inhaler, and the walk from the car to the restaurant exhausted her. I nod, tackling my next taco like a savage ripping apart its prey. Henna. I nod. Henna. I snap my head up out of my hunched cavewoman position. What? I mumble over an entire taco shoved into my mouth. Have you heard a word I've said? I nod a few times, then shake my head. Sorry. I chew slower and wipe my mouth with my shredded napkin. Dad glances over his shoulder again. I don't. I can't. Who is he? He's life. My dad is no idiot. He made reading the enemy a profession. If I tell you, can you refrain from injuring him? He takes a pull of his beer, eyeing me with suspicion. Probably not. Then he's nobody. I return to my last taco. So you know I'm going to do some serious bodily harm to him. Give your old man a break and at least give me motive for when they arrest me. He took my virginity, my heart, and my whole fucking world. Then he gave it back, but I didn't want it back. I think you should let Junie fix you up with someone. She told me she's offered to do that for you. Changing the subject will not change the outcome for that young man behind me. But in response to your ridiculous suggestion, the answer is no. I'm not having the mother of my child set me up on a date. It's... He shakes his head, wearing a sour look on his face. Yeah, I can see how dating one of Junie's supermodel friends could be a little torturous. We're done talking about this. He dives into his food, and we let the rest of our dinner disappear in silence. After the check is paid, he slides back in his chair. Just one more order of business. No! I reach over the table and grab his arm. Who is he, Henna? Finally, I risk one more glance up, but Bodhi and his pretty friend are gone. I exhale. Doesn't matter. He's gone. I'll order a ride. Let's go. The driver is 3 minutes away. As we emerge from the restaurant, I almost run into the blonde standing next to Bodhi a few feet from the curb. Shit. And there it is. The pain I couldn't completely feel before. But when Bodhi looks over at me as Dad and I wait next to them, everything hurts the way it did when I got on that plane to leave him over 2 years ago. The way it did when he called me to let me go. Hi, he says politely because he's older and more mature than me. I can't find a single word, not even a noise that could resemble one, because I'm ready to fall apart after working so hard to piece myself back together. With one word, he's threatened all of that. The blonde gives me a tiny, confused smile as her eyes flit between me and Bodhi. Hi. My dad offers his hand to Bodhi. What the fuck? Mr. Malone, right? You were Henna's guidance counselor, right? She's told me so much about you. Okay, now my dad's just being an asshole. I love him, but he's still an asshole. He knew exactly who Mr. Nobody was when he saw him in the restaurant. He just thought it would be fun to toy with me. Not fun. Not cool. Total asshole. That I, of course, love. Bodhi shakes my dad's hand, again being a grown-up while I flounder wordlessly. Bodhi, and yes, you are correct. Mitch, I'm her dad. Our car. Yay. Look at me finding 2 solid words. Dad gets in the front and I hop in the back. But Bodhi grabs my door before I can shut it. I look up at him. He doesn't grin, doesn't show any emotion in his expression. Rideshare. I glance at my phone. Really? Is my stupid app on a default rideshare setting, or am I just that clueless when tapping the options? It's history repeating itself in the worst possible way. Scooting over to the far side, Bodhi gets in the middle with Blondie on the other side. The night couldn't get any worse. Ugh. Dad glances over his shoulder with a single brow raised. I squint at him as I plaster myself against the door. Bodhi's arm presses into mine as he fastens his seatbelt. My lungs collapse. Buckle up. He gives me a look, not a smile, not really anything other than the way the driver might look at me if he were the one telling me to buckle up. I fumble with the seatbelt. When did my hands start shaking? Bodhi covers my hand with his. I glance up at him and tears sting my eyes, so I focus on the seatbelt again. He takes it from me and fastens it. "Thank you," I whisper. His touch ripped off the Band-Aid I've had over my heart. One touch, and I want to cry. I hate time right now. We were stupid, young, and naive to think we were immune to its effects. If only my body were immune to his touch. Jax and Harper are at the bar at the hotel. Do you want to hang out with them for a while? Blondie rests her hand on Bodhi's leg like she did at the restaurant. Am I jealous? Absolutely. Can I justify my feelings? No. Still, my mind does its own thing. Bodhi doesn't drink. Of course he doesn't want to hang out in a bar. Oh, and did you know he's mine? Yeah, I made that claim years ago. Did you know we have our names carved into a log? Do you like California spring rolls? I bet you eat raw fish. Turning away from her hand on his leg, I watched the traffic outside of my window for a few seconds before closing my eyes. I'm not this person. The woman on the other side of Bodhi is probably very kind, and maybe he likes her hand on his leg. I left him. It wasn't fair to ask him to wait for me. If only realizing this, the truth, could ease the blow. But it doesn't. Sure, he answers her. The truth tightens its hold on my heart. So, you were Bodhi's student? She leans forward to see me. I pull in as much air as my weak lungs can take, and I turn to face her without looking at Bodhi, who I know is staring at me. For a few months, then I dropped out. Oh. She gives Bodhi an awkward look like she said something wrong. I had a chance to travel the world, so I did. Mr. Malone, I grin. Bodhi encouraged me to do it. It's half the truth. My dad glances over his shoulder, shooting Bodhi a scowl. Bodhi adjusts in his seat, likely feeling every ounce of my father's disapproval. Dude, the blonde nudges Bodhi. You're a guidance counselor and you encouraged a student to drop out of high school. That takes some big balls, she laughs. Things I learned in my travels. After seeing 3 other sets of balls, Bodhi's are large and so is his cock. They're not all created equal. He clears his throat. I'm not certain that's how it played out. I give him a quick glance before looking back out my window. It was a couple years ago. I don't recall the specific details. I shrug. So, did you travel the world? She asks. Yes. That's awesome. Are you going to finish school? I shrug. Well, I'd put my plans on hold if I could afford to travel the world. Did you go to Paris and find a handsome Frenchman to steal your heart? If she could stop talking, said heart would appreciate it. I shake my head. I didn't go to Paris. Really? That's the first place I'd go. Of course she would. I close my eyes again and give myself a good scolding for being this way, showing my claws. The driver stops in front of the hotel. And, of course, it's our hotel and Bodhi's. Thank you, fate. You suck tonight. I jump out my side instead of waiting for Bodhi and his friend to get out. My dad stretches and yawns, waiting for me to come around the car. Damn, I'm too old for this. You are. I smirk, pushing his back to nudge him toward the revolving door, leaving Bodhi and his friend behind us. "Are you Henna?" Blonde friend calls, saying my name slowly. Blowing out a quick breath, I turn just after we get inside the hotel lobby, fake smile pinned to my face. "Yes." She narrows her eyes. "Are you... you look like... Here we go. Zachary Phillips' daughter and..." Her eyes widen with each word. My dad's chest presses to my back. His hand rests protectively on my shoulder. "And Junie Carlyle's. That's you, isn't it?" She shares her questioning look with Bodhi. "My daughter. Henna Lane is Mitchell Lane's daughter. I'm Mitchell Lane." Down boy. I give him a slight elbow in the gut. He gets along well with Zach. I'm not sure why her slight misstep in wording has him going all Papa Bear. "This is my dad, Mitch, and yes, Junie is my mother. Zach is my stepdad." "Oh my gosh!" She gives Bodhi a WTF look. "You had Zachary Phillips' daughter as a student and you didn't say anything?" My dad starts to correct her again. I give him a slight headshake and another nudge with my elbow. "Honestly," Bodhi shrugs, sharing a tight-lipped smile and eyebrows peaked. "I didn't know at first. I don't keep up with that stuff." "You need to come have a drink with us." She puts her hands together in a prayer fold at her chest. "Oh." She cringes at my dad. "Is she..." She looks at me. "Are you 21? I nod. "Yes, but please, please, please." Dad grumbles something under his breath. I think it's tell her no, but I miss it. "Just one." Bodhi's face tenses just before I turn to my dad. "Go to bed. I'll be up later. Don't wait up." He yawns again. I don't think it will be an issue. I know he's dying to say something protective, but he knows it would be ridiculous at this point in my life. "Be smart." He bends down and kisses my cheek. I smile. When I turn back around, blonde girl shoves her hand toward me. "I'm Rain, by the way, and thank you for saying yes. I'll try not to talk your ear off, but I have so many questions for you." She grabs my arm like we're BFFs and pulls me toward the bar with Bodhi in tow. "Have you met..." She spews off every major music act to grace the charts in the last decade. While we wait for a booth along with their friends, Jax and Harper, I blow Rain's mind with just how many famous people I know or have met. It didn't hit me until now just how honest and simple my relationship was with Bodhi. We met through our shared love of music. There was an instant connection, but it never had anything to do with my family, their connections, or what he could gain by befriending me, because he had no idea who I was. Yet, he knew me better than anyone else. We're seated in a small round booth. "Bodhi, you better sit between Henna and Rain so she doesn't scare Henna away. I'm totally frightened for her." Harper winks at Rain. Rain flips her the middle finger while sliding into the booth. Bodhi slides in next to her, and I, in fact, end up next to Bodhi. And when I say next to Bodhi, I mean our arms and legs are touching because I'm the fifth wheel in a booth made for four. "I'm sorry," Bodhi mouths while Rain chatters with Jax and Harper. I shake my head and give him an "it's okay" smile. "So, Henna was Bodhi's student." Rain shifts the conversation back to me. Hooray. "Student?" Jax grins at Bodhi. "Thought you were a guidance counselor. Who was stupid enough to give you students?" Bodhi sips his water. "They're all my students. I'm the keeper of schedules and sanity. The school would not function without me." I laugh a little, welcoming the small crack in the tension. "My guidance counselor sure as hell wasn't the fine snack that Bodhi is." Rain leans into Bodhi playfully, which causes him to lean into me, which causes me to feel tingly all over. And warm. I'm ready to spontaneously combust. The next hour turns into Henna Fest. Henna did this, Henna did that. Anyone who didn't know the truth would think Rain was in fact my best friend because she seems to know a lot about me. And what she doesn't know, she manages to drag out of me like a million details about my travels. I feel a little guilty that they are hearing this before my dad. I keep my gaze on Bodhi's friend more than him, but when I give him an occasional quick glance, he has a smile on his face like he's proud, maybe even happy. I don't know. But I guess if his intention was to break my heart so I would follow through with my plans, then he should feel good about the outcome. Too bad I don't. It's hard to explain. I don't regret anything. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm grateful beyond words that I was given that opportunity. But here I am, 2 years later, and the man that I love is being touched by another woman, and all I have are memories that won't hold my hand or keep me warm at night. They won't take me on horseback rides. They won't eat California spring rolls with me. They won't ask me to marry them. And they won't love me back. Well, I nod my head toward the exit. I'm going to call it a night. Thank you. It's been fun. Thank you. Rain leans over the front of Bodhi and pulls me in for an awkward hug. I stiffen as Bodhi's hand slides along my leg. Is he doing it intentionally? Is he just trying to find a place to put his hand since Rain and I are practically hugging on his lap? His warm hand on my bare leg does very embarrassing things to me. My cheeks flush instantly, and I'm wet between my legs, so hungry for his touch. As Rain releases me, so does Bodhi. Tipping my chin to hide my embarrassing reaction to him, I mumble another quick goodbye and speedwalk out of the bar. Chapter 30. Last night, I slipped into the hotel room and grabbed my nightshirt while my dad snored like a champ. Then I took a 20-minute shower and fingered myself into a Bodhi-induced orgasm. This morning, I feel better, calmer, and ready for another day of Coachella with my dad. The heat is off the charts. They say the hottest spring on record. In true hell, I don't give a shit fashion, I'm wearing an Alice blue strapless sundress that doesn't cover much, my silver Birkies, and lots of bracelets. My travels didn't allow for my henna tattoos, which sucks because they would look amazing with all the skin showing today. Beth Ann? My dad nods for me to follow him over a few feet as we wait for the next act to come out on stage. A dark-haired woman turns. Mitchell Lane. She grins and falls into his open arms. How long has it been? He asks, setting her back on her feet. It was quite the hug. At least 10 years. Dad turns. Beth Ann, I'd like you to meet my daughter, Henna. Henna, this is Beth Ann. Her husband and I were in the Marines together. They share a sad smile. I don't ask, but it's pretty obvious that said husband is no longer alive. Nice to meet you, I smile. You too. And don't let your dad lie to you. Alan and your dad were in the same band before they both enlisted. I raise my eyebrows. Dad grins, nodding slowly like he's remembering the good old days. You here by yourself? He asks her. Will you judge me as a pathetic old woman if I say yes? You're younger than me. He bites his lower lip. Is he flirting with her? Okay, I'm out of here. So, I'm going to see if I can find, Carly. I'll text you later. Carly is not here. I grasp for the easy excuse. Yeah, sure. Be careful. It was nice meeting you. Beth Ann holds up her hand. I mirror her gesture. You too. Instead of looking for a friend who I know is not even in California, I worm my way toward the front of the stage just as an electric guitar cuts through the stacks of speakers. The crowd comes to life and the technicolor of lights start to dance around the building beat. What's up, Coachella? the lead singer yells before diving into the lyrics. I throw my arms in the air and give my own scream because the energy is contagious. But I can't stay. I'm on a mission. Find Bodhi and see why he touched my leg. I'm not going to ask him that in those exact words, but I need to know why, and if he felt it like I did. I need to know why he let me go, even if I know it's because of his dad and his self-induced prison sentence. He needs to tell me to my face that he doesn't want me anymore, that he's met someone else. Swallowing a 1.5 years of pride, I message him. Me, where are you? He doesn't respond right away, so I bob my head to the beat and envy those around me who are 10 stories high on weed. I could use a little hit at the moment. Bodhi. Hotel. I start to type something, but wait. Why would he be at the hotel? Unless he's with Rain and they're... My stomach starts to reject the last meal I fed it. I don't respond. He's a grown man. We ended. He has needs. Rain clearly is capable of filling them. A few minutes later, my phone chimes. Bodhi. Why? Me. Nothing. Sorry to disturb you. I told him Noah kissed me. He should just tell me he'll talk later after he gets done fucking Rain. That's fair. I deserve it. Bodhi. Room 312. Please be alone and not inviting me for a threesome. I don't text back. Instead, I hop on the first shuttle back to the hotel. Am I ready to be alone with him? No one to distract us from the elephant in the room? Probably not, but I take the elevator to the 3rd floor and knock on room 312 anyway. After a few seconds, he opens the door. Hey. His gaze eats me up. Nice dress. If before I showed up I wasn't acutely aware of how little it covers, I am now. Thank you. He holds open the door. I take cautious steps into his hotel room, inspecting my surroundings for any signs that a woman has been in here with him. Why are you here? I ask, pulling open his shades to check his not-so-awesome view of the roof to the pool area. Job injury. I look back at him as he bends at the waist and parts his hair just behind the crown of his head. There's a row of stitches. I took a hammer to the head this morning. Some guys working above me dropped it. 5 stitches. My nose wrinkles. Ouch. Are you okay? Yeah, no big deal, but I was told to take the rest of the day off. So instead of baking my wound in the sun, I came back here. He plops down on the king-sized bed. Leaning against the headboard, he turns on the TV. Figured I'd binge-watch something. I grin, taking a seat in the desk chair. He's mocking me. Where's your dad? Hanging out with an old friend. A woman. I smirk. He started acting all flirty with her, so I decided to ditch him for the day. To come see me? No. Yes. My teeth trap my lower lip to stop my rambling. I don't know. I thought you were probably there, so I was just seeing if you touched me on purpose, miss me, love me. If I wanted some fries with extra ketchup. Yep. I love him. If there was any question about it before I walked through this hotel room door, there isn't now. My cheeks burn again like they did last night. Bodhi can touch me without lifting a finger. I feel him in ways I've never felt anyone before. Yeah, that. I grin, keeping my eyes on him while I reach for the phone and press room service. Hi, can we get an order of french fries with extra ketchup and 2 bottles of water? Thank you. The hum of the air conditioner gets really loud in our awkward silence. French fries seemed like a good start. Now what do we do or say while waiting for room service? Last night I enjoyed hearing about your travels. Bodhi knows what direction we need to go with this awkwardness, But now I can't find all those brave words I wanted to say because I just want to hug him and ask him if there was someone else, if he made it up, if he fell out of love with me. So many questions. I felt like I was dominating the conversation, but Rain had so many questions. He chuckles. She was pretty elated when she figured out who you are. So, how do you know Rain? Coachella. We met years ago. A lot of us did. This is our annual gathering now. Strangers who became good friends through music. Friends. I repeat to myself more than him. Is there something you want to ask me? He cocks his head a bit. I shake my head. You want to know if Rain is more than a friend? Well, she's very pretty, of course I want to know. But when my parting words to him included, I hate you, I think I lost the right to know. My heart is completely out of control, making my chest tighten. I thought I could do this, but I can't. Digging into my bag, I pull out some cash and toss it onto the desk. The fries are on me. I stand and make my way toward the door. Jesus, Henna, that's it? He flies off the bed and presses his hand to the door over my head. With my back to him, I look at my feet, holding my breath. Don't cry. I let you go. There wasn't anyone else. Why? I say with a strained voice, teetering on the edge of losing it all. Because I had my dad and he wasn't doing well. Because I had a ranch to take care of and a job at the school to keep. And because you had the whole world and nothing holding you back except me. I turn around, not caring that with one blink my tears race down my face. You weren't holding me back. Anger fights with the pain. I don't know which wants out more. I just know that they both hurt. His face scrunches while he shakes his head several times. I was. You weren't living. You were tethered to me. I knew it when you told me about Noah. The guilt. That's not living. He rubs the tension along his forehead. Trust me. Guilt robs you. It eats you. And it was going to destroy us eventually. I wanted you to be free in every sense of the word. That wasn't your choice to make. I wipe the endless flow of tears from my face. You've been gone for more than 2 years. Did you find someone? I lied. I still hate him. I hate him for asking me that. I found lots of people. I made lots of friends. Did you find love? Biting my quivering lip, I shake my head. Did you let another man inside of you? His eyes turn red, filled with unshed tears. We stand toe-to-toe while years of emotions fill the air around us, while so much pain bleeds from both of us without saying a word. You let me go, I whisper. He takes a step back. My answer to his question is clear on his face. I did. And that's why. I cough a painful laugh. You let me go so I'd have sex with other men? That's fucked up. My life is fucked up, Henna. He swallows hard. His face distorts as more unshed tears fill his eyes. My father has cancer. And if I turn my back, he tries to end his life. My sister hates me. I hate my job because it reminds me of you. I hate every second of every day except the ones where I'm with you. And you left, and I didn't want to hate myself anymore for holding you back. I didn't want to be your dream that would never come true. You don't get to choose my life. I ball my hands, so angry that he shut me out of his life. I'm so angry that he feels the need to suffer in silence. I would have come home. You should have told me everything. Sure. Sarcasm drips from his voice. I should have told the girl who was suicidal a few years ago to come home and hold my hand while I deal with my suicidal father. That would have been way more fun than surfing in South Africa or parachuting in Spain. Waiting for me until the wee hours to get my shit done, just to watch me pass out, would have been way more romantic than sex with a man who had something to give you in return. Running my fingers through my hair, I sob. It was sex. They had sex to give me. Empty, meaningless sex. Bodhi takes another step back, and another, resignation settling into his face. I won't apologize for what I did. I was there last night. I heard the excitement in your voice when you talked about the places you saw and the people you met. I wanted that for you. Everyone wanted that for you. Funny, I shake my head. Because after 2 years, 1 million new faces and countless cities, every place was simply a place without you. So it doesn't matter that everyone wanted that for me. I only wanted you. There's a knock at the door. Bodhi frowns, brushing by me. Thanks, he murmurs to the guy delivering the French fries. After shutting the door, he brushes by me again, setting the covered plate of fries on the desk. Lifehouse. Broken. I whisper, reaching for the door handle to leave. Bodhi wraps his hand around my wrist to stop me. His lips brush along my ear. I draw in a shaky breath. He whispers, Snow Patrol. Chasing cars. Snow Patrol for the win. I turn slowly into his embrace. He presses his forehead to mine, threading his hands through my hair. We close our eyes for long seconds. In my head, Gary Lightbody sings about just forgetting the world. In the next breath, Bodhi kisses me. So this is what it feels like to understand that the world is not a place or a destination. It's a moment. When we touch, it's the world. It's life. I slide his shirt up his torso. He breaks our kiss long enough to let me ease his shirt over his head, being careful of his stitches. Kissing him again, I run my hands down his chest. He groans deep in his throat. I love that I can still affect him this way. My mouth moves from his lips to his jaw, neck, chest, and then I stop. Oh my God. My fingers ghost along his skin to the black letters stacked up his torso just above his hip bone. H-E-N-N-A. Inked permanently into his skin. I look up. He cradles my face in his hands, brushing the pad of his thumb across my lips. In spite of what you believe, my henna could never be temporary. His mouth replaces his thumb, and we kiss harder than we've ever kissed each other. He palms my breast over my dress for 2 seconds before he shoves it down. Hungry lips devour the skin along my neck, one breast, then the other, while he works my dress over my hips so it drifts to the floor, a blue puddle at my feet. Bodhi. My knees turn to jelly as my first orgasm starts to throb between my legs, desperate to be free. Henna, he whispers, lowering his body to lick and suck my belly button while sliding off my panties. No words can describe how it feels to be physically worshipped by a man who has my name permanently tattooed on his body. Like he wants to always feel me on his naked skin. Like he wants to make sure every other woman knows he's mine. Bodhi let me go and kept me forever at the same time. You're so beautiful. His hands palm my ass and his tongue teases my clit, stopping just before I let go. He tastes his way back up my body, letting his hands follow every curve and line like he sculpted me and he's admiring his work. We kiss again as he walks us the few feet to the bed. I unfasten his jeans. He breaks the kiss to watch me, each one of his breaths ragged with anticipation. I rid him of his jeans and briefs, stopping on my way back up his body to taste him the way he tasted me. Hooded eyes watch me as his lips part. My gaze stays connected to his while my tongue makes a slow, wet swipe up his erection. I give him a devilish grin. Don't lick it like one of your lollipops. Suck it in hard and deep like the last drag of a joint. He smirks, knowing exactly what I'm doing. Fisting the base of his cock, he guides it into my mouth. Fuck, he hisses when I take a hit, sucking him hard. My skin heats like I'm melting. I've missed him. His warmth, his gentle hands and hard body. I've missed the familiarity of us. Bodhi's abs contract while his breath becomes harsher. I release him and press my lips to his hip bone for a few seconds before dotting a kiss on each letter of my name. My henna could never be temporary. Emotion stings my eyes. The way he loves me is more beautiful than anything I've seen in the whole world. And I've seen a lot. Bodhi sits on the bed, taking the weight of my breasts in his hands. His mouth makes love to them while I straddle his legs, up on my knees, rubbing myself along his erection. Licking and biting his way up to my neck, he palms the back of my head and whispers in my ear, "Let me grab a condom." He sucks in my earlobe, biting it and dragging his teeth across it. My heart freezes because my mind decides to wander into dangerous territory. He didn't know I was going to be at Coachella, yet he has condoms. I know. Really, I know that it makes total sense. After all, it's Coachella. The year I met Bodhi here, I had 12 condoms with no name in particular assigned to any of them. It was just the smart thing to do because it's Coachella. I sit back on his lap, resting my forehead against his chest, eyes shut. He kisses the top of my head. Henna, what's wrong? My mind hates me. Why does it have to go there? And why does my heart have to follow it? I purchased condoms over the past 2 years, more than once. I have absolutely no right to be upset or feel hurt by Bodhi having condoms. Where's the off switch for my mind? But this is Bodhi. I told him about Noah, and if he asks, I'll tell him about every man who ever touched me. We are greater than every mistake, stronger than any lie, and our love is embodied in the truth. That is Henna and Bodhi. You have condoms, but there's no way you bought them for me. That's all I say. I don't need to apologize for how I'm feeling. He'll know. Bodhi will understand. His strong, calloused hands cradle my jaw, lifting my gaze to meet his. Yes. Deep lines of pain form along his forehead. So what are we going to do about it? My heart will trip over a million things while chasing Bodhi Malone. I need it to get up, dust off, and keep running. At times like this, it needs to outrun my mind. I need to let my heart win. Keeping my blue eyes locked to his, my hand wraps around his cock, stroking it slowly, his eyes leaden. Henna. He watches me touch him. What are we going to do about it? I lift onto my knees again, whispering my lips over his. You didn't buy those condoms for me. My tongue traces the seam of his mouth. He opens up for me. Our mouths fuse as I sink onto his erection. Bodhi's hands grab my hips to stop me for a second. I drag my tongue along the roof of his mouth and curl my fingers into the hard muscles of his back. He groans into our kiss and pulls me completely onto him. My breath catches as he fills me. My body, my mind, my heart. Within seconds, we become a tangled mess of arms and legs, destroying the sheets while our moans and the relentless creaking of the bed frame fills the air. Bodhi drives into me hard. Every muscle of his body is rigid and demanding, just like his kiss. We roll in every direction, desperate for more, for it to last, for time to stop. Bodhi, I beg for more and harder. He gives me more. So much more that it feels like he's trying to crawl inside of me to capture my entire soul. Covered in sweat, with the sheets ripped entirely off one side of the king mattress, my name rips from his chest as his warm release fills me. I love you so damn much. He pants into my neck with the weight of his collapsed body pinning me to the mattress. I've never felt so thoroughly fucked, claimed, owned, desired, needed, and loved. Bodhi. My fingers slide through the back of his hair, feeling something stickier than sweat. Your stitches. Fuck the stitches. It's as if even lifting a finger is too much work for him. I fear they've torn open and you've lost your mind. We can't fuck the stitches. They're kind of important. He lifts his head from the crook of my neck. I'm fairly certain I lost my mind approximately 3 years ago. Funny. I wrinkle my nose. But seriously, you're bleeding. He rolls his eyes and groans, easing off me onto his back. I inspect his stitches. They're still intact, but the cut is bleeding a bit. I think resting for the afternoon didn't involve what we just did. I think you're full of shit, he mumbles with his eyes shut, both hands resting on his chest. Ignoring him, I clean up in the bathroom and wet a washcloth to deal with the blood. Does it hurt? I blot his head. Nope. He doesn't even flinch. I set the washcloth aside. Kneeling behind his head, I bend over and kiss him upside down. I missed you beyond words, I whisper. His eyes open, looking a few shades darker blue beneath the curtain of my hair around us. You hated me. Yes. I drop soft kisses all over his face. But I loved you more.
Chapter 31. Bodhi. When I saw her in the Mexican restaurant, I felt certain that I was dead and she was a dream. I was good with that. If she came to me only in dreams, then I never wanted to wake up. Still, I had nothing to offer her, but that didn't take away from how badly I wanted her. Life without Henna is nothing short of my heart trying to beat against a wall of broken glass, slowly bleeding out. Every place was simply a place without you. Since the day I fell down the stairs, breaking my father's back, I felt pretty damn unworthy. Until Henna.
They're cold.
She walks her naked body over to the desk and grabs the fries.
I say we eat them anyway.
I like how you think. Henna pops one into her mouth and struts her sexy self back to the bed, completely comfortable in her own skin. Straddling my midsection, she dips 2 fries in ketchup and feeds them to me. Then she kisses me.
I missed you.
I think she's said it at least a dozen times, but I don't complain. It's pretty fucking spectacular to be missed. But the way she says it makes me think that she's saying it more for herself than for me. Like she needs to keep reassuring herself that I'm here and she no longer needs to miss me. Kissing the top of her nose, I grin. I missed you too. Is your dad going home Monday? She nods, eating another French fry. Are you going home? Licking her fingers and giving me a hard-on, she nods again. How would you feel about riding home with me and Alice? She tosses me the biggest grin. It hits me smack in the middle of my chest.
Do you make the 15-hour drive straight through, or would we stop to have sex in the back of Alice?
I love her so much. I have to be home by Wednesday. My lips twist, hiding my ridiculous smile. But I think we might be able to stop once or twice, or 100 times. As much as I can't help but be deliriously drunk on Henna's insatiable desire to have sex, In the pit of my stomach, I know her newfound enjoyment is the result of other men breaking her in, and it kills me. I just can't let it kill us. My abs tighten as Henna nibbles on a fry and traces the letters of her name with the pad of her finger. I curl her hair behind her ear, just watching her and the way that beautiful freckled face comes to life seeing her name tattooed on me.
When?
Blue eyes find mine. I got it the day you left. She nods, her brow furrowing.
Did you regret it after you dumped me?
Coughing a laugh, I pinch her sides, making her jump. I didn't dump you, and I have not regretted marking myself with Henna for a single second. Leaning in again, she sucks in my bottom lip, and her nipples graze my chest. Little Miss Seductive Nudist is literally seconds from getting thoroughly fucked again.
Your name has been all over my body. The summer after we met, I painted you everywhere. I may have been a little obsessed, and I've sketched you.
She teases her fingers down my abs, biting her lip.
And painted you, and fingered myself thinking of you.
And French fry time is over. I snatch the plate from her and slide it onto the nightstand.
I wasn't done.
I grab her face, bringing it a breath from mine. You are now.
Henna. It's midnight. Dad flips off the TV, pinning me with an expectant look from the bed. So much for sneaking in. It is. My nose wrinkles. I feel incredibly guilty for spending the day in bed with Bodhi. Okay, not incredibly guilty, but moderately guilty and thoroughly satisfied. I'm sorry. Do I want to know where you were all day? I messaged you. I'm not saying you didn't, but you never said what you were doing. Do I want to know? I set my bag on the desk and plopped down on the bed. I'm 21. He shouldn't be able to make me feel like a child, but he does. Bodhi got an injury. He needed stitches. Dad squints. Mr. Malone? I roll my eyes. Duh. So you spent the day doing what? Licking his wounds? No, his body, giving extra attention to his cock. We talked. I haven't seen him in over 2 years. There was a lot to be said. And done. We had a lot to do, and we did it very, very well, in my honest opinion. Why is your hair wet? Because about 30 minutes ago, I was having shower sex with Bodhi in his hotel room while he wore a shower cap to protect his stitches. Which, I must say, he still looked like sex on legs, even in a shower cap. I went swimming. Where's your suit? I went skinny dipping. I toss him a toothy grin. Henna Eve Lane. Here's the thing, Daddy dearest. You're in denial that I'm all grown up, and you're asking questions that you probably don't want the answers to. So, would you really like me to elaborate on my day, or do you want to hear about my trip around the world since you fell asleep last night and we didn't get to talk? He rubs the back of his neck, grimacing. You're going to be the death of me, and I'm still planning on killing that guidance counselor. I love him. The grimace on his face intensifies. Henna. I do. So you'd better make nice with him because he's going to be in my life for a very long time. Forever. Just like the tattoo of my name. He deflates. I move from my bed to his, nestling under his arm. Love, huh? He kisses my head. Yes. The kind that makes the hair on my arms prickle when he's near. The kind that flutters in my chest when he looks at me. The kind that brings me to tears when I go years without seeing him. You know how you used to hate the way Mom and Zach would buy me stuff on a whim? You thought I needed to want it for at least 30 days because young minds are fickle and they jump from one want to the next? Well, I glance up at him. I've wanted Bodhi since the day we met 3 years ago. Henna. His lips form a sad smile. Don't. I pressed 2 fingers to his mouth. Shush. I don't need the "he's going to break your heart" speech. He could easily break it. He already did. But he's worth the risk. I'd rather have my heart broken than never risk giving it to someone. He's the ultimate high. And I smirk. I'm a bit of an expert on a good high. Dad rolls his eyes. You're going to be the death of me. Sliding my hands around his midsection, I hug him tightly. Let's hear it. I want all the details of your trip. I grin and dive into the memories of the previous 2 years. After hours, I glance up. My voice a little hoarse, and he's asleep. Night, Dad. I lean over and flip off the light. Chapter 32. The elevators ding a million times as I wait next to them in the lobby. With every set of doors that opens, my heart rate doubles, only to be shot down when Bodhi's not on it. I should have just gone to his room, but I wanted to surprise him with coffee. And me. Ding. And there he is. Bodhi looks up from his phone. There you are. I turn toward the female voice that stole my line. Rain charges toward the elevators, holding 2 coffees. Oh, hey, Henna. Bodhi, I got you. Bodhi holds up his finger to stop her from speaking. I start to step back. Not sure if he's meaning for me to not talk either, or if our relationship needs to remain secret. I need Henna for just a sec. He grabs my hand and pulls me into the elevator. Before the doors completely shut, he takes my face and kisses me with the most demanding lips. I can't move because I have a cup of coffee in each hand, so I just let him keep me upright with hands that were made to hold me, and his body pressing me to the wall of the elevator. Good morning, he whispers over my lips with a generous smile capturing his mouth. And there it is. The prickling along my skin and the butterflies going crazy in my tummy. He sucked all the words from my mouth. I start to speak, but my smile gets its way first. Is this for me? He takes one of the coffees like he didn't just violate my mouth, leaving me a goop of runny paint on the wall. It's good. Thank you. He pushes the button to the lobby. I wasn't sure if you wanted anyone to know about us. The elevator dings and the doors open to Rain waiting with a long list of questions on her face. Yes, I think I want people to know. He gives me the best pearly white grin and takes my hand, interlacing our fingers as we step into the lobby. Rain's jaw slowly unhinges. You're... Her eyebrows inch up her head. I hide my happiness behind my cup of coffee. I thought she was your student. Bodhi shrugs. She was, but she's not now. My heart does a pirouette. You don't realize how much you miss someone until you're with them after a long time apart and your heart can finally beat again. Well, Rain takes a slow inhale. Okay then. Looks like you have your coffee needs taken care of this morning. She winks at me. I wrinkle my nose in a tiny apology. But the thing is, I want to meet all of his needs. Always. She's the best. Bodhi presses his lips to the side of my head. You taking the shuttle or grabbing a car? Rain asks. Car, so we don't spill our coffee. I hold up my cup. Rain nods. I'll order one. You can ride with us. Bodhi takes my coffee so I can dig out my phone. When we get to Coachella, Rain gives me a hug and whispers, "Lucky girl," before heading to the entrance. Bodhi pulls me into his arms. Where's your dad? He had a breakfast date with Beth Ann. Yeah? I nod before pressing my lips to his chest over his heart. I love you. Will you wear a hard hat today? He chuckles. Definitely. I want us to have dinner with my dad tonight before he goes home tomorrow. I know it will be late, but if he stops wanting to kill you for 2 seconds, I think he'll really like you. Alrighty then. Sounds promising and a little scary. I'm an only child. I glance up, squinting against the sun. Lots of people feel very protective of me. You'd better be careful. Bending down, he brushes his lips along my cheek. Bodhi and Henna are a lot of things, but careful is not one of them. Closing my eyes, my heart dances in this moment, not wishing for the next one. It's not a destination, and it's not even a journey. It's a moment. Life is a moment. Who says we have to go anywhere in life to experience it? I have never felt more alive than when I'm with Bodhi. My dad and Beth Ann meet up with me by lunch, and we spend the last day at Coachella together. I like her silent confidence and her sick knowledge of music. She reminds me a lot of my mom. Dad clearly has a particular taste in women. After the performance, all four of us have dinner together. Beth Ann is the perfect buffer between my dad and Bodhi. It goes unexpectedly well. My dad even gives Bodhi a friendly squeeze on the shoulder when we say goodnight. We're going to grab a quick drink at the bar. Dad nods toward the hotel bar as Beth Ann stands behind him, rocking back and forth on her heels. I have a feeling Bodhi and I are not invited. Part of me wants to pull a Junie and hand my dad a box of condoms with my blessing to hook up with his old friend tonight, but I don't go quite that far. We're taking off early in the morning, so if I don't see you again, it was nice meeting you. I smile at Beth Ann. Why are we taking off so early? Dad squints at me. Bodhi squeezes my hand. Oh, did I forget to mention that I'm riding back to Colorado with Bodhi? You did? Dad's eyes narrow a fraction more. This is ridiculous. He knows where I was last night and what or who I was doing. I'm 21. His fascination with playing protective dad needs to come with a large side of reality. We'll drive the speed limit, sir, Bodhi assures him. I managed to hold out for a full 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Beth Ann joins me. Come on, Mitch. I'm sure they'll be just fine. She pulls at his arm as he maintains a scowl. Bodhi keeps his composure. Smart guy. I release his hand and lift onto my toes to give my dad a kiss on his cheek. I'll see you after a bit. Don't wait up for me since you're leaving so early. We'll say goodbye in the morning. Early. He frowns again. Beth Ann's cheeks turn rosy. Yeah. I nod slowly. I won't. My dad's face turns pink as well. Oh my gosh. This is too much. Night. I twist my lips to keep from letting the gotcha grin slip. The elevator door dings. Bodhi tugs on the back belt loop to my shorts as I watch my dad and Beth Ann walk toward the bar. She slips her arm around his waist. Yeah, he's getting laid tonight. I turn toward my guy when the door closes. I guess this is goodnight. My shoulder lifts into a half shrug. Bodhi inspects me with a restrained smirk. Guess so. We lean against opposite walls of the elevator with the sexual tension so thick it's hard to breathe. I'm on the 5th floor, he's on the 3rd, so it stops on his floor first. The door opens. Nighty-night, I grin. His eyebrows lift into a slight challenge. Night. He steps out of the elevator. I let it go up to my floor when I push the button to the 3rd floor again. Why? Why doesn't he insist we have a goodnight kiss or something like sex? He plays me better than I play him. I suck at cool. I just want him. Period. When the door opens, he's standing right there, waiting for me. Jerk. I grin. Bodhi pulls me out of the elevator and tosses me over his shoulder. Tease. He smacks my ass and carries me to room 312. This moment. This is life. Chapter 33. We make it back to Colorado by Wednesday. And because life is meant to be lived and not chased, raced, or saved for another day, Bodhi lets me drive Alice without a driver's license. He may have agreed to it while buried inside of me in the back of Alice, sandwiched between my luggage, but he kept his promise. That's all that matters. You don't have to carry them upstairs. I don't remember how I left my room 2 years ago. Bodhi ignores me, carrying my 2 large suitcases up the stairs while I follow him with a smaller suitcase and my backpack. He stops at the doorway to my room. "Fuck me," he whispers. "That bad?" I cringe. "Henna." He sets down my suitcases in slow motion. Geez, how bad can it be? I look around him as he blocks most of my view. "Oh." My teeth dig into my lower lip. "You..." He takes a step into my bedroom. "Sketched me. And painted me. A lot." With wide eyes, Bodhi inspects the easels with paintings, the sketches pinned to my walls, and a few on my bed. Most are him or us. Some are my memories of our first Coachella. There are 2 of his dad, a handful of Alice, and 1 of Angelina, my favorite horse. You think I'm obsessed. I'm not. Well, I am, but not like you think. I just had a lot of time on my hands after I dropped out of school. If it helps my case, I was a little high when I did most of these. I think. He picks one up. It's us reclined back in Alice, staring at the ceiling and holding hands. What? You think what? If you want to run, then run, but I'm not crazy or a stalker or... Bodhi turns. Jesus, Henna. He shakes his head. You're talented as fuck. You were always sketching in my office, but you kept your book tipped away from me. I just had no idea. And then you told Rain about your job offer to sell exclusively to certain stores, but even then I just didn't grasp it exactly. He trails off, taking another slow glance around my room. I hug his back, and he interlaces our fingers over his abs. You're my favorite muse. I'm flattered. God, that's not the right word. I'm something beyond flattered. There's probably not even a word for what I feel right now. I told you I sketched and painted you in the hotel when we were eating cold fries. He turns in my arms, coughing out a laugh. Yeah, I vaguely remember something, but it didn't really register with me because, as I recall, you were sitting on me naked. Oh, speaking of that, if you really don't think I'm a freak, then I'll show you my private collection. Private collection? You mean these are not yours? Have you sold them or something? No. I retrieve several sketches from the top of my closet. When I say private, I mean private.
Bodhi. Henna shows me a sketchbook with a dozen or so sketches of me and us, naked. But not just naked, in sexual positions. I don't know how I feel about seeing myself sketched this way. She's fucking gorgeous, and I'd easily get off after staring at these for a while, but I'm just a little unsure how I feel about my dick sketched in full detail. You can see a large vein. These are... I flip through them. She has one of me going down at her at my house on the stairs. It's from her perspective, so I don't see her head, just her breasts and my face between her legs, eyes heavy with lust. I don't know what to say. I feel like Rose, only I didn't ask you to sketch me.
Rose?
Yes, Jack?
Titanic?
She chuckles. I nod, unable to peel my gaze from these sketches. I'm in shock and awe, and horny. I want her on the steps again, tasting her for the first time. Have you shown these to anyone? With hard effort and some pain, I make myself look away.
They're part of my portfolio on my website, and I have a Tumblr page with them on there.
Jesus, Henna! I jerk my head back. Students, faculty, Principal Rafferty could find these. She snorts.
You're so gullible!
Narrowing my eyes, I toss the sketchbook on the bed and step toward her.
I don't like that look.
She steps back. "What look is that?" I say with the most eerie voice I can make. I step forward, she steps back. Then I lunge at her, but I miss. Henna runs out of the bedroom, squealing all the way down the stairs. I chase her through the main room, into the kitchen, and back up the steps, hooking her waist before she can shut the door on me. "No!" She giggles as I tickle her. I love her giggles, her smile, the shimmer of life in her blue eyes. I love that she kisses me to stop me from tickling her. I love that the kiss turns into clothes being discarded onto her bedroom floor. I love it when she says my name as I sink into her beautiful body. Bodhi. And I love that when I'm inside her, I feel worthy of something so much better than the life I've given myself. I love us, baby. I kiss her neck, interlacing our hands above her head. She draws her knees back more as I thrust deep into her, her breath catching for a few seconds before releasing with a small moan. This woman, I love her in a way I still can't comprehend. I have to go. I try to untangle our naked bodies, but I swear she's an octopus with more than 4 limbs. Let's spend the summer in this bed. Junie and Zach will be gone for months. I'll get you access to the gate, and we can basically chill and watch Netflix all summer. Chill and watch Netflix? Sex. That's code for sex, Mr. Malone. Biting her nose until she loosens her hold on me, I wriggle out of the bed. Speaking of Mr. Malone, I have school tomorrow. Boo! She sticks out her bottom lip as I step into my shorts and tug on my shirt. And I have a horse ranch to help run and a sick father. And I'm guessing a healthy dose of shit for my sister because I said I'd be home hours ago. She sits up, letting her sheet fall from her chest. I tell my dick no when it decides to perk up again. I want to meet your sister. No, you don't. Why? Are you embarrassed of me? Duh, I say in my best teenage girl voice. Henna throws a pillow at me. Your dad loves me. I'll bake up something extra special for him. She winks. I roll my eyes, tying my shoes. And I'll pop in for a visit in, say... She glances at the non-existent watch on her wrist. An hour? Shoot, that's not a good time. Maybe another day, or year, or, never. Bodhi Caden Malone. Naked love of my life leaps from the bed, giving my dick unnecessary hope again. Penile insatiability is a real thing with Henna in my life. I confessed to my dad how much I love you. I arranged dinner because I said he needs to get used to you being in my life, but now you're freezing me out of yours. She plants her hands on her naked hips. I toss her a blanket from the bottom of her messy bed. Cover up, because I have to go. She throws it aside. I'm not covering up with a blanket. I'm going to get dressed and come to your house. God, my fiery little redhead knows how to torture me. It's not personal, Henna, and when my sister leaves, you can hang out with my dad all you want. But I'm serious. My sister will see how much I love you, and she will do everything in her power to strip you from my life because she thrives on my misery. She wants you scarred and guilted, and the greatest power she has over you is that you let her do it. You let everyone make you feel guilty. I don't need this right now. You're right. I'm going to rectify that right now by not letting you make me feel guilty for not inviting you to my house to meet my sister. After getting no further than putting on her bra and panties, she sits on the edge of the bed. It's the Coachella curse. We're Henna and Bodhi there. We're amazing. The world doesn't matter when we're in the middle of a desert surrounded by music, but as soon as we get home, I'm your dirty little secret. On a loud exhale, I squat down in front of her, resting my hands on her hips. This is my life, Henna, and I want you in my life, and not as my dirty little secret, but the fact remains that my life is not like your life. I can't take off on a private jet on a whim. I can't pretend that my father is not my responsibility. My sister didn't get wasted, high, and completely shit-faced. She wasn't the one who landed on my father at the bottom of a marble staircase. And I get it. I should forgive myself, but it won't change my father's condition. It won't change my responsibilities.
So I'll just never meet your sister? That's going to be our life?
I shrug. She rarely visits.
Bodhi.
Henna shakes her head, pressing her palms to my cheeks.
She can't take me away from you. Not her, not your boss, not anyone.
I know. I kiss her quickly and stand.
So I'll head that way after I get something made up for your dad?
Yep. I walk out of the room and down the hall. After school tomorrow would be perfect.
Bodhi!
I keep my ass moving. Everything she said is true, but I'm still not ready to let Henna meet my sister. My Henna high is too good. Bella will kill that high, then she will chip away at Henna's love for me.
Love you!
I call just before shutting the front door.
Chapter 34. Henna. I bake cookies. The good kind that I haven't had in years. After putting them in a basket like I'm Little Red Riding Hood, I take them to Bodhi's house. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Duke ties the chestnut horse to a post and ambles toward me as I make my way down the long drive. Hey, how are you? I keep walking as he joins me. Mighty fine. And yourself? Never been better. I toss him my best smile. You been baking? Sure have. I'd offer you one, but I think you should wait until you're done with work. They're the relaxing kind of cookies. Ah, I see. Barrett will love you. I hope so, because I sure do love his son. He's not doing well. My steps falter. The cancer? Yeah. They want to do more chemo. Barrett says no, but Bodhi insists he keeps fighting. I nod slowly. And what about Bella? What does she want? That girl is hard to read. She don't come around but a couple times a year, and for a few days she fusses over Barrett, then leaves. I can't say for sure if her distance is because she doesn't care enough to be here more, or if she can't emotionally handle it. Seeing your dad fight cancer from a wheelchair has to be hard. Bodhi is a saint. If only he felt like one. Well, I'm going to see if I can get the Malone family high so they all chill for a bit. Duke barks a hearty laugh. I like you. I like you too, Duke. See you later. I give him a parting smile as he heads back toward the barn, and I continue to the house. There's a gray car parked next to Alice. I assume it's Bella's rental car. Raised voices leak through the partially closed door like this old house is bleeding. I rest my hand on the screen door handle, trying to hear what's being said, but I can't make it out. Those for me? I jump back. Barrett opens the door the rest of the way and wheels out onto the porch. You scared me. I wasn't eavesdropping. You were. He takes the basket from me. Okay, I was. My nose wrinkles as I slide my hands into the arms of my sweatshirt and sit in the chair next to him. Henna, right? I nod. Damn, it's chilly this evening. Haven't seen you in a long time. Bodhi said you were exploring indefinitely. He used to show me the postcards, then it stopped. Barrett's vacant eyes give me a sluggish inspection as he takes a shaky bite of a cookie, slumped into his chair slightly to the right, like his spine won't let his fragile body remain upright any longer. It's sad, because he also looks like he's lost half his body mass. His thick, blonde-gray hair is gone, and so is the easy smile he used to share with me. In 2 years, he's aged a decade, maybe more. Yes, I was traveling the world, exploring. Atta girl. You said you were going to do that. I'm proud of you, kid. Did you learn anything along the way?
You'd think so, right? I chuckle. Nothing too scholarly, but I met a lot of genuinely amazing people, and in some small way they all imparted a bit of knowledge onto me. But more than anything, it gave me a greater appreciation for my home and the people in my own life, like Bodhi. Just say it.
Me?
Barrett winks. I giggle. Exactly.
He tries to straighten a bit, causing a grimace to wrinkle his face.
Need help?
I take the basket of cookies from his lap and stand to help him. He shakes me off. I'm good in a dying of cancer crippled old man sort of way.
Bodhi told me his dad is 56. That's not old. But he didn't tell me about the chemo and Barrett not wanting to go through it again. What kind of cancer?
Well, if I know any more. Started with my liver. I think it's working on attaching itself to every organ in my body and eating me alive.
Maybe they'll find a cure.
He grunts, looking out at the horse barn while taking another bite of his cookie. Sure.
I've got nothing.
There's no grand response to cancer is eating me alive.
Whose car is parked by Bodhi's?
Bella's, my daughter. She's leaving in the morning to go home to Kentucky. Bodhi goes to this big music thing every spring. Well, I make him go because I get tired of his grumpy ass, but he loves it. I can tell every time he gets home. He's a different kid. Usually Duke and Etta old man sit me, but Bella's no longer training horses full-time, so she came. He nods toward the house. That's what you were eavesdropping on. My grown-ass kids fighting. I'm used to the occasional bickering, but today I'm certain they were trying to tear each other's throats out.
Fighting over the TV remote?
Barrett flips me a grin. I like you, young lady. Maybe I could adopt you and get rid of those two in there. We could get deliriously high every day. And one day, when I don't wake up, you can just bury me in the pasture and smoke a joint in my memory. He winks. Deal?
What can I say? There was a day when the idea of getting deliriously high until life ended appealed to me like it does to Barrett. I was recovering. He's not recovering. He's slipping away, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Deal. I only half mean it.
Barrett bobs his head in agreement. You're my person.
I haven't been anyone's person, so I'm not sure what all that entails. But I can bake cookies and smoke a few joints with Barrett if that makes his days a little better. Burying a body might not be in my personal repertoire, but I keep that to myself. He's happy at the moment, so that's all that matters because we are only a moment. Nothing more, nothing less.
Hello?
I turn toward the door and the female voice.
Bella, come meet my friend, Henna.
Bella is petite with a dark-haired pixie cut and sable eyes. Nothing like Barrett or Bodhi. She's clearly the spitting image of the woman I saw in pictures on the living room wall. Hi, I smile. Bella gives me a wary once-over before relinquishing a ghost of a smile. How do you know my dad? I live up the way, and we met after I took a guided tour on Angelina. Her ruddy lips purse to the side. What's in the basket?
Cookies,
Barrett answers. I give a stiff smile.
Want one?
He offers. Oh, God. I'm good. The wine I had with dinner was a Moscato. I don't need anything sweet. Phew.
They're double chocolate. Your favorite. And Henna makes the best cookies.
Why must he press this? They're double chocolate to tame the cannabis taste. Maybe just half. My nose wrinkles as I give Barrett a "this is not a good idea" look. He winks at me, giving her a whole cookie. Bella takes a bite, her nose scrunching a bit like mine. It's a recipe I've perfected over the years. My mom says they're really quite good, and she's never been a big cannabis fan. Not bad, she shrugs. What's not? Bodhi freezes when he sees me. I return a toothless smile with wide eyes. Henna's back in town, Bodhi. She just brought over some cookies. I gave one to your sister. Bodhi's gaze swells with concern as it ping-pongs between me and Bella. His dad holds up the basket. Bodhi? He shakes his head. Men who get high and totally shit-faced, then put their fathers in wheelchairs for life, don't touch drugs or alcohol. Barrett shrugs. You're a loss. After embarrassing yourselves with your bickering while Henna could hear you, I think you both could use a cookie. Maybe two. Bodhi tosses me an uneasy look. I didn't know your friend was here. It's probably strange that I'm oddly turned on by this game where I'm Barrett's friend until Bodhi has me alone with my clothes off. We're back to the forbidden. I didn't think I wanted that forbidden thrill anymore, but I was wrong. I prefer her to both of you at the moment. Bodhi cringes like Barrett's little jab really pains him. Bella? She's finishing the whole cookie, inspecting it before each bite as if she's trying to figure it out. I don't think she's heard a word Barrett said about their fighting. Did our dad tell you he's going to die without chemotherapy? Bella asks. Bella, don't, Bodhi warns. Rolling my lips together, I wait for Barrett's reaction. Because he is, she continues. He's going to die without the chemotherapy, and he won't listen to Bodhi because he feels sorry for Bodhi. She coughs a laugh, which is utterly ridiculous because Bodhi's the reason he's in a wheelchair. Bella. Barrett narrows his eyes at his daughter while giving her a barely detectable headshake. Bodhi looks out past the drive toward the horse barn while running a rough hand through his hair. Bella sits in one of the wooden rocking chairs like a queen taking her place on the throne. If Henna's your friend, then she should know the truth about the Malone family. My heart and my head struggle with Bella's attitude. Yes, she's being cruel to both Bodhi and her dad, but I know it's because she's not only angry about the circumstances. She's hurting too. That makes me sad for her. She's lost her mom. Her relationship with her brother is toxic, and she's dealing with the real possibility she could lose her father. Bodhi is her scapegoat. I'm going for a ride, Bodhi mumbles while walking down the ramp in his jeans and cowboy boots. You do that, Bella spits out. I've only been watching him for the past week so you could escape, pretending you didn't mess everything up. But yeah. She leans back in the chair with her hands laced behind her head and a stiff smile carved into her bitter face. Since I leave in the morning, you'd better squeeze every last bit of freedom that you can out of me. Fuck you. Bodhi. Barrett's voice booms with more strength than I thought he had in him. Don't you ever talk to your sister that way. Resting his hands on the ramp railing, Bodhi hangs his head. Bella has the audacity to look offended while their dad releases a long, exhausted breath. I feel so out of place. Yet another part of me feels like I need to be here. I traveled the world to discover the place I wanted to be more than anywhere else is in Bodhi Malone's arms. Easing out of the squeaky chair, I give Barrett a sad smile. Don't go, Barrett says while Bella keeps rocking and Bodhi remains statuesque with his head tucked between his outstretched arms and hunched shoulders. The wood planks creak beneath my feet as I walk down the ramp. Bodhi doesn't move. I duck my head and slide my body between his arms, so he's now caging me between his body and the railing. Henna, he whispers, closing his eyes. Don't do this. My palms slide up his cheeks. Henna and Bodhi, forever, I whisper. The rhythmic wood against wood whining of Bella's rocking chair stops. I don't have to see her to know she's frozen, wondering what's going on between me and her brother. Take me for a ride, Bodhi. My thumb grazes across his lower lip. I let us be in our own little bubble, The pain deepens along his forehead, but he leans into my touch. Because I love you so fucking much. The rest of the world can't touch us. His hand moves from the railing to cup the back of my head, and he brings our mouths together in a slow kiss. We kiss like no one else exists, slow and passionately. Crickets are all that can be heard around us. Without looking at his dad or his sister, he grabs my hand. I'm taking Henna for a ride with me. Don't wait up. If there was any question whether or not I would forgive Bodhi for letting me go the way he did, there isn't now. I forgive him. I love him. And it's so much more than temporary.
Chapter 35. Bodhi. You're terrible at following instructions. I pull her toward the horse barn.
I love you too.
I can't hide my grin. She erases all the pain in my life with a look, a word, a single touch.
I think your sister swallowed her tongue.
With a grunt, I mumble, if only.
By the time we get back, they'll be in a happy place. I bet she doesn't hate you in about 2 hours.
I hold open the door for her, shooting her a lifted brow look. So kind of you to get my sister and my father high this evening.
You're welcome.
She lifts onto her toes and deposits a soft kiss on my lips before continuing into the barn.
Duke done for the night?
Probably.
I can't recall seeing him walk to his mobile home.
I grab Snare's blanket, saddle, halter, and reins. I'm guessing it's because you were too busy feeding my dad cookies. Henna meanders around the barn, showing love to some of the horses with their heads peeking out of the stalls.
Did you find anyone when we weren't together?
I lift the saddle onto Snare, glancing over at her to confirm that she's asking me what I think she's asking me, but her back's to me. Did I date? No.
But you were...
She makes her way over to me, leaning against a wood post, arms crossed over her chest.
With other women, right?
My hands stay busy as I let her question hang in the air, hoping it will evaporate without an answer.
Bodhi.
She slips her hands in my front pockets and rests her head on the middle of my back. I close my eyes, pausing my hands.
If you say no, I'll feel terrible like I cheated on you. If you say yes, I'll feel jealous, but at least...
She trails off. I open my eyes without turning. I'm not ready to look at her. Jealousy is a pretty fucking awful feeling. I'm not sure why you want me to answer you at all. Does it matter? Bobbing her head on my back, she exhales.
Were you jealous?
I don't want to go back there. I finish getting Snare ready for the ride.
I'm sorry.
She steps back. This is not a conversation I want to have today or ever. It's not going to do anything but pound a wedge between us. And for what? There's no reason to be sorry. I walk Snare out of the barn.
It felt like another world away, you know? I didn't feel like Henna, your Henna.
It's fine.
Would you at least look at me?
I stop, holding the reins with one hand while resting my other hand on my hip. I gaze at the ground. After a few moments of silence, I turn toward her. What do you want me to say, Henna? How am I supposed to be honest without coming off as angry or mean? If I'm willing to let it go, why can't you?
Honest as in you were jealous and angry? That's what you mean, right?
I shake my head, releasing a painful laugh.
I can't win this game, Henna. There's no way I come out of it as anything but the unreasonable asshole, so let's let it go. Now you're talking like a guidance counselor.
I am a guidance counselor.
Not mine.
She plants her fists on her hips.
Okay,
I say slowly. Fine. I was jealous and angry. There. Are we good now?
Why?
Jesus.
Just tell me why.
Because I was.
That's a terrible answer.
She pokes and pokes.
Was it because you loved me or because you were mad at me for leaving you?
Because I'm human! Snare gets antsy. I pull on his reins to calm him down. Henna jumps, tears rushing to fill her eyes. Yes, because I loved you. Yes, because I was mad at you for leaving, even if more of me was so damn happy that you were getting that opportunity. And because monotony sucks. But those are the cards I dealt myself. And because my dad is battling cancer, and because he was trying to kill himself, and... Emotion burns my own eyes. I'm human, I whisper in complete defeat. Love is not a rational emotion. It jumps out of planes and dives off cliffs. It leaves a permanent mark on everything it touches. I can do the right thing or I can love you, but I can't do both. She blinks, letting go of her emotions. I watch them stream down her cheeks. The right thing would be to wipe them from her face, an unspoken apology for me being human. I don't. Our love is forbidden and complicated. It's hard and unforgiving. If we want it, we need to let it hurt sometimes. I hold out my hand. Henna doesn't wipe her tears either, but she takes my hand and lets me help her onto Snare. I mount him behind her. We take off on a slow gait, disappearing into the trees, letting the silence between us soothe our wounds. After an hour without a single word spoken, we return to the barn by the last blink of daylight. Snare stops, the reins drop, and I hug her to me. I feel like she's mine, like she's meant to be mine. But I don't know why or how that even makes sense in the scope of events that have happened in my life. It's just this whisper along my skin when I'm with her. Don't let go. Henna leans her head into the crook of my neck. I'm human too. My nose nuzzles her long hair until my lips find the back of her ear. You're my favorite human. I kiss her warm skin for a long moment before dismounting Snare. Henna shares a tender smile as I help her out of the saddle and into my arms. Thanks for the ride. In spite of the disastrous afternoon with my sister, I can't help but smile back before pressing my lips to her forehead. Anytime. We'd better check on your dad and Bella, she says as I lead Snare to his stall and remove his riding gear. I feel solely responsible for the impaired states they're probably in right now. You should. I put everything in its place and take Henna's hand, leading her back to the house. As we get to the front door, I push her against the siding and kiss her like I can't get enough, because I really can't. What was that for? She asks, breathless and clenching my shirt to keep her balance. That's for now, right now when it's just us and I get to pretend that you really are my whole world. In about 30 seconds, I nod toward the door. That's going to change. That's how I always felt about third period, in your office with the door shut. I always felt like we were in our own little world, Henna and Bodhi. I nod slowly. Bodhi and Henna. I like them quite a bit. She pushes at my chest. Let's go assess the damage. We make our way to the living room. You! Bella points a finger at Henna from the corner of the sofa. You got me a little high. She sighs contently. But at the moment, I'm okay with it. Shh. She laughs a little. Don't tell my dad. Dad's asleep in his recliner, no big surprise. Henna bites back her grin as I take a seat at the opposite end of the sofa and pull her onto my lap. So you're banging Dad's young friend. How kind of you. I frown and start to speak, but Henna beats me to it. I fell in love with your brother before we ever had sex.
Yeah?
Bella returns several exaggerated nods. Yep, she's high.
Dad's going to die.
Her downcast gaze mirrors her mouth.
I know we don't want to believe it, but he's going to die, and...
Bella leans her head back and closes her eyes.
Maybe it's his time. You know, we all have our time.
It's not his time, I murmur. Henna rests her hand on my arm as my body tenses beneath her. Bella doesn't say another word. Instead, her jaw relaxes with the rest of her body, and she joins Dad in dreamland.
Where does she sleep?
Henna turns her head to glance back at me. She has a room upstairs.
You should carry her up the stairs.
I nod, not moving an actual muscle to get up. There's something so peaceful about being in the same room with my sister and my dad without anyone fighting. For a few minutes, I just want to enjoy it. Thank you. Henna scoots around until she's facing me, straddling my lap.
For what? Getting your sister high?
No, she's okay with it because she's still high. Tomorrow I'll encounter a totally different Bella. The thank you is for coming here when I told you not to. Thank you for dealing with my fears when I couldn't do it. Thank you for being you, for being my dad's friend. And, leaning forward, I press my lips to her neck, teasing her skin with my tongue. Thank you for coming home to me. Her hands slide along my shoulders and up the back of my head to fist my hair.
Bodhi, you're everywhere I want to be.
I'll take my sister to her room after I take Henna to mine and show every inch of her perfect body how incredibly thankful I am for her. She's the second chance I don't know if I deserve. Everywhere, huh? I stand, hoisting her up with me. She wraps her legs around my waist.
Everywhere,
she whispers over my lips.
Where are we going?
I start up the stairs. I feel like dealing with you.
Yeah?
She grins. I nod, kicking open my half-closed bedroom door.
Whoa!
Her eyes bulge in their sockets as I set her on her feet. She crawls up to the head of my bed and runs her fingers along all the postcards she sent me.
I sent you a lot of postcards.
They cover most of the wall.
There should have been more,
she whispers just before twisting her body to look at me over her shoulder. I shrug off my shirt and unfasten my jeans. Should have is the most unproductive phrase in the English language. I let my jeans fall to my ankles and step out of them. Henna's lips part and her tongue makes a lazy stroke along her bottom one. But should by itself is filled with endless possibilities, like, you should take off your clothes. You should let me touch you everywhere, because it's where I want to be. I flip off the light and shut my bedroom door. By the time I find her in the dark, she's completely naked on my bed. You're so beautiful, I whisper into her neck. Her hands slide up my bare back.
You can't even see me.
Baby, I don't see your beauty with my eyes. I slide her hand up, pressing it to my chest, and for a few long moments we remain idle with nothing between us but my heart kissing every one of her fingertips.
Chapter 36. Henna. Bodhi was right. Bella didn't appreciate the high once it wore off. Lucky for everyone, she got on a 10:30 a.m. flight back to Kentucky and Bodhi went to work. By mid-afternoon, I have my suitcases unpacked and all of my laundry done. As I set a new canvas on my easel, Junie calls. I answer and put her on speakerphone so I can keep working. Welcome home. I laugh. Thank you. It's a little weird that you're welcoming me to my home in Colorado while you're at home in California. I know. It wasn't what I wanted. I'm coming out next week, just for a few days, because I need to see my girl. How was Coachella? You really don't know? Dad didn't call you? Fine, she sighs. He may have mentioned a certain boy crush. Bodhi is not a boy crush. He's every love song I've ever heard. He's all the colors of the rainbow. He's temporary. I squirt blue paint onto my palette. Yes, I get it. I really, finally get it. Everything is temporary. We are nothing but now. Everyone and everything changes, and maybe Bodhi dies tomorrow. Maybe I go on and love again. But I don't think feelings are temporary. Even when we're no longer in love or angry or deliriously happy, we remember what that felt like. This feeling I have for Bodhi will linger inside of my soul long after we are no longer us. I will never forget what loving him feels like. Wow, you are not the same girl who got on the plane over 2 years ago. Nope, it's still me with a bit more clarity. I cock my head at my canvas before adding more colors to my palette. The thing is, Bodhi's family is a complicated situation. You know I told you about his dad having cancer? Well, he's also been suicidal. Henna, I'm fine, really. I was in a bad place then. I'm not in that place anymore. Not even close. But because I was there, I understand Bodhi's dad. He's miserable, but not like I was miserable and frustrated that my pain wasn't getting better fast enough. He's miserable because his pain is getting worse. The cancer is spreading. I think he just wants... I draw in a shaky breath. I remember wanting it. The look he has in his eyes. I saw that reflection in my own mirror after the accident. To be done. My mom knows too. But I don't know if she can really understand it from Barrett's point of view. I think she might only be able to see it from Bodhi's point of view. Yeah. There's a reason they say fighting cancer. Or rehab is the hardest work you'll ever do in your life. Just as I thought. I know. His dad is what? Maybe 10 years older than I am? Isn't he close to Zach's age? I can't imagine Zach having cancer and just letting him give up on life. We get one chance at life. You don't go down voluntarily. Spoken like someone who has never had chronic pain. My mom gets weekly massages, chiropractic adjustments, acupuncture, and has a personal trainer. I love her, but she really has no clue. Well, I'm not him. I won't judge him. Everyone has to make their own decisions. Junie hums like she's pondering my statement. I suppose. Though if you really love Bodhi, you'll try to help his dad in any way possible. Do they need money for treatment? I don't think it's the money as much as it's his dad not wanting any more chemo, and Bodhi and his sister don't agree with his decision. Well, maybe you could be an outside influence. Sometimes we value strangers' opinions more than those of our family. Maybe. I twist my lips at the painting. I find my brushstrokes turning into a picture of Barrett. But he's not in a wheelchair. Maybe it's a premonition. Or maybe it's him in an afterlife. After I get off the phone with my mom, I wash out my brushes and walk to Bodhi's house. He shouldn't be home for another hour. He's asleep. Etta greets me with a warm smile. Mind if I sit and wait for Bodhi? She shrugs. Help yourself. Henna, right? Yes. Mind if I head home to make dinner early if you're going to be here? Yeah, sure. That's totally fine. I slip off my sweatshirt and retie my hair into a ponytail. Barrett talks about you. Etta slips on her shoes and jacket. He told me this morning that you are here to save Bodhi. Oh? She nods. Save him how? My eyes narrow a fraction. I'm not sure. but he hasn't napped this soundly in months. Something has given him a sense of peace. It's you, she shrugs. I nod once, but not really understanding at all. Thank you. Good night, Henna. Good night. After the door closes, I curl up on the sofa with a Denver Broncos fleece blanket and watch Barrett sleep in his brown leather recliner. I gave him cookies yesterday. Maybe he ate the rest of them today, and that's why he's sleeping so soundly. The longer I watch him, the more I question if he's sleeping. Doubt creeps into my head. Am I just staring at a dead man? Does Etta check his pulse? With that unsettling thought, I toss the covers aside and jump off the sofa. Please don't be dead. I check his wrist. I don't feel anything. But I'm not sure where I should feel something, so I press 2 fingers to his neck, moving them up, down, and side to side. Nothing? Oh my God. I step back with one hand over my mouth and my other over my chest. When did you die? I whisper. One of his eyes pops open, followed by the other. Oh my God, you're not dead. I drop to my knees and rest my forehead on the arm of his chair, grabbing his hand and squeezing it tightly. Not today, young lady, but Christ, I hope the mortician does a better job of checking my pulse than you did. I don't relish the idea of being burned or buried alive. Barrett rests his hand on my head and gives it a few gentle pats. After my heart finds a normal rhythm again, I lift my head. I'm not going to live forever. He squeezes my hand back. No one lives forever. It's just not your time. True. His lips pull into a tiny grin. Maybe tomorrow. Friday? No, you can't die on a Friday. No one who knew you will ever be able to say TGIF again. Saturday? He scratches his chin. I give him a really look. The weekend? You can't be serious. So Sunday is out. Monday seems to be a crappy day. Nobody likes Mondays anyway. I should die on Monday. A Monday. Not Monday as in this Monday. You're not ready to die. Oh? He chuckles, but it fades quickly as he presses his hand to his side and grimaces. And why the hell not? He asks in a strained voice. Because my mom has guilted me into keeping you alive? On a scale of 1 to 10, where is your pain level? 100. He sighs as if the pain has let up. Barrett, 8. But who the fuck wants to be alive to experience a 10? I stand, taking 2 steps back to the sofa where I sit and wrap up in the blanket again. When you're not high, where's your pain level? Barrett asks. I shrug. Depends on the day. On your worst day. I haven't had a worst day in a long time. I've learned to manage the pain through various means. 5. 5 I could live with. Then we need to figure out how to get you to a 5 and keep you there. Henna. He shakes his head. A 6 is a rare good day. An 8 is my bad day. 7 is my average. If you had to live every day with an average of 7, what would you do? Rolling my lips between my teeth, I shrug and give him 3 words that may not seem like an answer to his question, but they acknowledge what he's getting at and why I can't go there with him. I love Bodhi. He nods several times with a content smile. You're his savior. I'm no one's savior, but I love him. And I want a life with him. Babies. Barrett, I want to give you grandbabies someday. If you're dead, how are you supposed to enjoy them? Grandbabies. He coughs a laugh. Did that boy propose to you? I frown. No. Good. I don't want you planning a wedding with me in the way. I don't want to be something to fit into your future with Bodhi. My days of being a burden are numbered. That boy of mine would go to his own grave without ever having anything that truly meant something. You. He points at me. You mean something, and he sure as hell knows it. But I'm in the way. I want to get out of the way, and I want you to help me do it. Ha! I huff, shooting off the sofa and pacing the room with my fingers laced behind my neck. If by in the way you're suggesting that the chair you're sitting in is Bodhi's chair, then I'll help you to your wheelchair or to bed. I'll make you dinner, bake you cookies, share a joint with you. But if you're suggesting, Henna, he says in a serious voice he hasn't used with me before, if you love him, you'll help me do this. I shake my head, continuing with my pacing. Funny. Someone just told me before I came here that if I loved Bodhi, I'd convince you to get the treatment. So, I do love him. What's the right answer? What's the right way to show him? Something tells me it's not letting you die. When I die, he's yours. You can go anywhere together, do anything together. Don't you want that? Don't you think he's served his time and that maybe he finally deserves that life? I die and my pain disappears. I get to see my wife again and make up for all the bad things I said and did. I die, and Bodhi gets to live a good life with a good woman who loves him. I die, and my kids can find closure to this battle they've been fighting for years. I want to die. I'm ready to die. A million rebuttals and what-ifs play tag in my mind. But before I can voice them to Barrett, the front door opens. Hey, Bodhi smiles, setting his bag on the floor by the infamous sex stairs. Hey. I rush to him and throw my arms around his neck before he can see the pain and indecision in my eyes. How was your day? It was fine. He kisses my cheek and sets me down. Dad, how are you? Taking my hand, he guides me back into the living room. Still alive. Barrett grimaces, trying to adjust in his seat. Need some help? I ask, letting go of Bodhi's hand. He never wants help, Bodhi grumbles. Well, today I could use some goddamn help. Barrett seethes as he tries and fails to get his body adjusted where he wants it. I start to help, but Bodhi grabs my arm and gives me a gentle tug away from his dad. I've got it. He lifts the arm to the recliner and bends over, sliding his arms under Barrett's arms to transfer him into the wheelchair. Barrett wraps his arms around Bodhi's neck. After he's in his wheelchair, Bodhi starts to stand. But Barrett grabs his son's head and pulls him closer to whisper in his ear. I swallow hard as my throat thickens with emotion. A dying man hugs his son. I have no idea what he's saying to Bodhi. But something about it is so incredibly tender it squeezes my heart to the point of physical pain. Drawing in a shaky breath, I blink away the stinging in my nose and eyes. Barrett lets him go, and they just stare at each other for a few silent moments. Bodhi shakes his head slowly. I can't do that. When he turns to me, his eyes start to redden, looking as hopeless and deflated as Barrett. Shoulders curled inward, Barrett's gaze drifts to his lap, forehead wrinkled with clear frustration. I'm going to change my clothes. Would you like to stay for dinner? It takes me a few seconds to tear my gaze away from Barrett. I nod to Bodhi. I'd love to. He jerks his head toward the stairs, a silent invite to follow him. I'll wait for you down here with your dad. You sure? Yeah. I return my attention to Barrett. Okay. When Bodhi's upstairs, I squat next to Barrett's wheelchair, resting my hand on his hand. I can't. Bodhi loves you. He would never forgive me. He doesn't have to know. I told Bodhi about Noah. Of course, I'd tell him about his dad. I tell him everything. That's not how I love your son.
How do you love my son?
My lips curl into a tiny smile. Completely, eternally, honestly. But really just beyond words. Barrett seems to consider this for a few seconds before squeezing my hand.
Beneath the surface that he shows you, he's miserable. It won't change my mind about the chemo, which means things are going to get so much worse for not just me, but for him too. He blames himself for my situation. My pain is his pain. No one needs to suffer any longer.
The stairs creak and I stand, releasing Barrett's hand while giving him a tiny nod of understanding. That's the hard part. I really do see it from both sides.
Do you know how to make anything aside from cookies?
Bodhi calls as he heads around the corner to the kitchen. I wink at Barrett. I'm going to school your son on cooking. Enjoy the show. Barrett doesn't respond. Not a nod, not a smile, not a word. My heart drops into my stomach. It's like he's already checked out of life. His heartbeat echoed in his slow, emotionless blink. Heading toward the kitchen, I pull in a big breath to chase away the pain I'm feeling for him. So what do you do during third period these days? I press my chest to Bodhi's back, running my hands up under the front of his white tee as he inspects the contents of the open fridge.
There's a new girl in town who likes to sit on my desk and expose herself to me.
I curl my fingers, letting my nails dig into his flesh. Bodhi grabs my wrists to keep me from breaking his skin. I hate you. He chuckles, turning toward me, letting the refrigerator door close behind him as he backs me into the counter, still holding my wrists to his chest.
I know you do.
The mischief in his eyes challenges my scowl. Releasing my wrist, he clutches the back of my legs and lifts me up onto the counter. My hands rest on his shoulders as he nuzzles his face into my neck, inhaling like I'm the breath he's needed all day.
But you love me more,
he whispers just before trailing kisses from my ear to my shoulder. So much more. I wrap my legs around his waist. Bodhi? His hands slide under the back of my shirt, his fingers dipping into the waist of my jeans. Your dad is not doing well. Bodhi slowly lifts his head, meeting my gaze.
Because he refuses treatment.
It's not a cure. A line forms between his eyes as his gaze intensifies.
It can prolong his life. It has prolonged his life.
My fingers tease the nape of his neck as I nod once, lips twisted to the side. What life?
What do you mean?
Lifting one shoulder, I cringe. He doesn't have a wife. He has a babysitter. His daughter is rarely here. You work at school and with the horses. And when you're here, the two of you seem to be at constant odds. He's in pain.
That's why he needs the treatment. To fight the cancer, and eventually the pain will get better.
What if he doesn't want to fight anymore? Bodhi reaches around and releases my legs from his waist, stepping back until we're no longer touching.
What are you saying?
His chin drops to his chest as his hands rest on his hips.
Dinner smells wonderful.
Barrett interrupts us. I slide off the counter, giving Barrett an apologetic smile. Sorry, it's my fault. I think I saw some chicken in the fridge. Why don't you boys go into the other room while I make something magical with that chicken? Bodhi's gaze lifts to mine, filled with questions that I can't answer right now. Barrett clears his throat.
Looks like Bodhi here doesn't trust your culinary skills.
Bodhi doesn't trust me at the moment, but it has nothing to do with dinner. My mom doesn't know a cheese grater from a colander, so assuming I don't either is a fair assumption. But while she was busy being her spectacular self all around the world, I was learning life skills from my nanny and our cook. I'll help. Bodhi snaps out of it. I shake my head. Go hang out with your dad. Really. Because his days are limited, no matter what you want or what I'm willing to do. Barrett Malone is trying to check out of this world, and that's just life. You don't know where stuff is at. I close the distance between us and lift onto my toes, grabbing Bodhi's shirt to steady myself as I whisper in his ear. Go. Pretending that it's not happening won't change reality. When I release him, he searches my eyes for something. I'm not sure he finds it, but he turns and follows his dad into the living room. Chapter 37. After a silent dinner with Bodhi and Barrett, where Barrett takes literally one bite of his food, I walk home before dark, and Bodhi lets me because he seems more worried about leaving his father unattended than letting me walk home alone. Probably a good instinct. The following day, I keep my distance from both of the Malone men. Bodhi doesn't call or text. Saturday, I finally get a text from Bodhi. Bodhi, my dad is having a rough day. I'm not going to be able to see you. Me, need help? Bodhi, thanks, but I've got this. Me, love you. Bodhi, love you too. We repeat this conversation on Sunday. By Monday, I need to see what's going on at the Malone house. I don't expect to see Alice parked in the drive, but she's there, which either means she didn't start this morning or Bodhi didn't go to school. Hello? I call, letting myself inside the house. Etta comes down the stairs, holding her finger to her lips. They're both sleeping, she whispers, patting her way to Barrett's bedroom just off the living room. She eases his door shut and meets me back in the entry. Bodhi didn't go to work? I ask in a hushed voice. Etta shakes her head while frowning. He took a personal day after yesterday. Yesterday? Her forehead wrinkles. He didn't tell you. I shake my head. The frown on her face deepens. Barrett refused to eat or drink, so yesterday afternoon Bodhi took him to the ER. They gave him IV fluids and had someone talk to him, like a psychiatrist or something. They determined he was fine to go home given his condition. What does that mean? I guess it's hard to get anyone to say that a terminally ill person is a danger to themselves. After all, I nod once. Going to die. Emotion grows in Etta's eyes as she returns a tiny nod of acknowledgement. I'm sorry. She gives me a sad smile. We all are. It's so hard to watch Bodhi and Barrett go through this. That boy just tortures himself with guilt. It's so heartbreaking. How's Barrett? Gone. She wipes a tear before it falls. He has such a vacant look in his eyes. His voice carries this monotone defeat. He doesn't want to live. And I don't know how you convince someone to live when they've lost the will. I rest my hand on her arm and give it a gentle squeeze. I don't think he's lost the will to live. I think his body has lost the will to live. There's a difference. He's just lost the will to suffer and watch his kids suffer with him. Etta nods. You're wise for such a young girl. Sharing a sad smile, I shrug. I'm just prematurely experienced in matters like life and death. Sorry to hear that. It's fine. I nod toward the stairs. I'm going to peek in on Bodhi. Okay. I'll put some stuff in the crock-pot for later. Etta gives me a kind smile before heading to the kitchen. Easing open Bodhi's door at the top of the stairs, I pad toward his bed where he's asleep on his side, shrouded in darkness from the drawn blinds. I don't want to wake him, but my arms need to hold him. When he shuts me out like this, I feel like I did when he let me go over the phone half a world away. I slip under his sheet and thick gray duvet, inching toward him as he breathes steadily with his arms slightly crossed on his black t-shirt-clad chest. Before I let myself touch him, I watch him for a few minutes, wondering if he's at peace when he sleeps, or if his dad and his past haunt him. The palm of my hand touches his cheek so softly. His groggy eyes blink partially open. "Go back to sleep," I whisper. "I just needed..." I bite my lips together to hide the wave of emotion crashing into my heart as he looks at me with such sadness in his grief-stricken eyes. "Me," he whispers back. "I hope to God you just needed me, because I sure as fuck need you right now. I always need you, in all ways." Bodhi palms my backside with his possessive hand, bringing my body flush to his before rolling on top of me, setting his tall frame between my legs. I drown in the exhaustion and frustration etched into his face, but it's the need that wins over. "Always?" His gaze sweeps over my face, settling onto my mouth. I nod once, feeling breathless, tingly, warm, and heavy with need. Balancing on one hand, his other hand slides between us and down the front of my jeans in one quick motion that ends with 2 of his fingers buried inside of me. I gasp, my eyelids surrendering to the gravity of his touch. "Do you need me like this?" Bodhi whispers over my lips as I arch my back. "Yes." He kisses me hard with his tongue, making demanding strokes just like his fingers inside of me. I am his canvas, his instrument, his making and his undoing. Bodhi paints me with his emotions, plays me with his body, takes what's his and gives me everything in return. "Take me away," he whispers in my ear before dragging his warm mouth down my neck. "Without leaving this bed." He slides his fingers out of me and peels my shirt off, followed by my bra. "Take me to another world where it's just Bodhi and Henna." He shrugs off his tea. My gaze goes straight to the side of his torso where my name crawls along the sexy curves of his muscles. I can't see well in this light, but I know it's there. An idle promise that we will never be temporary. Sitting up, I lift onto my knees so we're facing each other. Henna and Bodhi. My fingers thread through his hair, bringing his head to mine so our lips are a breath from touching. Forever. He unbuttons my jeans as I kiss his soft lips. "Forever," he echoes.
Bodhi. I need to check on my dad, but I don't want to let go of Henna's naked body tangled with mine, so I indulge for a few more minutes on the floral aroma of her wild hair spread around my neck and the warmth of her cheek on my chest. Her fingers trace my ribs and abs. I love this girl with more love than I thought I had left in my heart. Henna takes everything that's good in my life and multiplies it.
"I'm worried about you."
She turns her head just enough to press a kiss over my heart. Stroking her hair, I take a deep breath and let it fall from my chest with a slow release. "It's my dad you should be worried about. He's not thinking straight. He's reckless, and he's lost all regard for his well-being. I don't know how I'm supposed to finish the school year with him in this mental state. It's not fair to ask Etta to be on suicide watch. She tends to his needs, but that involves turning her back on him. He needs constant supervision."
"What if he's just tired of..."
She shifts her body to the side, head on her propped-up arm, blue eyes set on mine.
"Everything. The cancer, the chemo, this..."
Trapping the corner of her lower lip between her teeth, her nose scrunches. "Life?" I roll onto my side to mirror her. She nods. "I know he thinks that right now. He's thought it before. It will pass. It always passes. In the meantime, can you do me a huge favor?"
"What?"
I curl her hair behind her ear and brush my knuckles along her cheek. "Can you be here as often as possible with him? Bring him cookies, smoke joints all day. Hell, I don't care. Just be here so he has something to look forward to, and so he has less time alone to do something stupid. He likes you, and I need to finish the school year. Then I can be here for him.
Bodhi, he's very sick. You get that, right? He's weaker than I've ever seen him. His disposition has changed so much since before I left. I can't give him the will to live, no matter how many cookies I bake for him or how many joints we share on the porch. Your dad is...
She rolls onto her back and covers her eyes with her arm, but I don't miss the quiver of her lips or the tear that slides down her cheek. Baby. I pull her to me, and she buries her face into my neck as her body shakes with silent sobs. I know my father is dying, but I'm not ready to say goodbye. There are a million unspoken words between us that I have to say before he's gone. I just haven't been able to say them yet, and if he dies before I get the nerve to tell him what's in my heart, it will destroy me. Can you just give me a couple more weeks until school is out? I kiss the top of her head, and she slides her arms around my torso. She nods.
Chapter 38. Henna. You're the babysitter. Barrett stares at the joint I offer him. Yes. Bodhi asked me to get high with you while he's at school. He's killing my sobriety. I ease into the chair on the porch next to Barrett's wheelchair and pull a sketch pad and pencils out of my bag. How cool is that? He's worried I'm going to kill myself. Sharpening my pencil, I glance up at him with a gonna-give-it-to-you-straight grin. Yep. So you keep me in line until he's out of school. Then he forces me into more treatment. God, that boy is delusional. I shrug, working my pencil in short, feathering strokes over the top of the paper. Maybe he loves you. Let's go with that possibility. He was good, at the drums. A tiny smile steals his lips. I like where this is going. His band didn't exactly play the kind of music that I enjoyed, but I wasn't blind. That kid had talent. Dumb as a box of rocks, though. Every one of them. They were on the cusp of becoming something really big, and they knew it. That's why they were celebrating all the damn time. Booze, drugs, girls. Just stupid. I can't see that Bodhi. It's not that I don't believe history, it's just I've never seen him drink or even look the tiniest bit tempted by drugs. What happened to the rest of the band? Bodhi went to rehab while I was in the hospital. 2 of the other band members got arrested for possession with intent to deliver. Then they just fell apart because they hadn't made a true name for themselves yet, so there weren't enough people invested in their future to care about saving them. Bodhi came out of rehab, and his mom and I insisted he go to college and get his life together. But I steal the joint and take a hit. But what? But he's not exactly together. I stare at my barely started sketch, then close it up, not feeling as inspired as I had hoped this morning. He would be if he'd let me go. You could help me help him. I grunt a laugh, watching Duke carry a saddle out of the barn. I told you, he would hate me forever. He doesn't have to know. Heck, you don't have to know. I shake my head. I need to see my doctor. Maybe you could take me tomorrow. I shake my head again, keeping my eyes on Duke to keep them from tearing up, because if I look at Barrett and his helpless expression, I will break. I don't have a driver's license. Besides, Bodhi says Etta takes you to your appointments when he can't make it. Maybe I just want to go for a drive. A girl with your resources can surely find someone with a handicapped accessible vehicle to take us for a drive that might just happen to go to my doctor. My head continues to shake. I can't. Barrett doesn't say another word to me for the rest of the day, and only a few words the rest of the week. This one. Junie holds up a shirt as we shop for something for me to wear for my headshots. Now that I've signed papers to have some of my prints sold through a major online retailer, I need to give them a headshot and bio. Maybe I should wear a dress. I love you in dresses, but you should look like what your art feels like to the people who see it. Raw and original. I smile at my mom because she's my biggest cheerleader in life. My very best friend. Give me the shirt. Rolling my eyes, I take it and head to the dressing room, knowing Miss Fashion Extraordinaire is probably right. This shirt is the one for me. What time is it? I ask as I try on the shirt. 11:20. I have to be to Bodhi's by 1. Etta has an appointment. How's his dad feeling this week? I button the shirt, staring at my reflection in the mirror. The past 2 days have been awful. It's not just that he doesn't want to eat. When he does eat, most of it comes back up. Etta said it's a blockage. Nothing is going through. They need to do surgery. But he doesn't want it. Nope. I enunciate the word, making it into 3 syllables. And you can't convince him otherwise? I open the dressing room door. Yesterday he gagged and nearly fell out of his wheelchair while vomiting all over himself. It took Etta and me almost an hour to get him cleaned up and settled into his bed. When he fell asleep, he looked dead. Pale, dry lips, emaciated from head to toe. When he woke up just before Bodhi came home, he assured me what I witnessed was nothing compared to what he feels when going through chemo. Then he made me promise not to tell Bodhi what a shitty day he had, because Bodhi would lecture him on needing treatment right away. Jesus. Junie's nose wrinkles. I turn so she can see the back of the shirt as I give it one last inspection in the mirror. This is the shirt. 100%. She nods to my reflection in the mirror. John drives us to grab a quick lunch. Then he takes me to Bodhi's house. Come meet Barrett. Junie gives me a hesitant look. I haven't even met Bodhi yet. Which is so wrong, because he's my Mitchell Lane and Zachary Phillips all rolled into one awesome guy. I grin. She nods, relinquishing her own smile because she knows exactly what I mean. Fine. John opens her door while I hop out the other side of the vehicle. She follows me up the ramp where I half expect to see Barrett smoking a joint or napping in the cool breeze. But he's not here. Hello? I say softly as we step inside the house. In here, Henna. I follow Etta's voice to the kitchen with my mom just behind me. Oh my God. I stop, staring at the mess on the floor and all over the kitchen counter and walls. Etta shares a sad, defeated expression. I look to Barrett, who looks fraught with guilt in the middle of the mess. What happened? I'm afraid to ask. The tension in the room is high, and my poor mom is meeting Barrett for the first time under really awkward circumstances. Etta looks at Barrett. He drops his chin to his chest. Her lips tremble with a nervous smile. It's been a rough day. Barrett didn't want to eat, so I made all of his favorites, hoping he'd find something that he could eat. It looks like they had a food fight, and they both lost. I just lost my patience. Barrett glances up at Etta, sending her an apologetic and extremely sad smile. I'm sorry. She nods slowly, mirroring his expression. It's fine. I'll just get this cleaned up. You have guests now. Her hands shake as she tries to pull a line of paper towels from the roll by the sink. I'm Junie, Henna's mom. She rests her hand on Etta's arm. Can I have my driver take you someplace? Home? Henna and I will get this cleaned up and stay until Bodhi gets home. Emotion swells in my chest as my mom befriends a stranger in need and offers to clean up when it's been years since Juniper Carlyle has lifted a finger to clean anything. Etta quickly wipes away her tears before they find their way down her face, and she nods. I'm Etta, and thank you, she whispers to my mom. Junie nods and leads her to the front door. I turn to Barrett. not able to take a step without landing in either splattered food or broken pieces of dishes. He looks at me for a few seconds before he starts to cough, holding his hand to his mouth. When he removes his hand, there's some blood on it, and it's smeared along his lower lip. Barrett's pained expression meets my gaze. "Okay," I whisper. He closes his eyes and nods several times on a slow exhale. "Thank you." I'm choosing Barrett over Bodhi and Henna. And even if he never believes me or forgives me, I'm choosing Bodhi over us. John is helping Etta down to her trailer. I glance over my shoulder at my mom. "Thank you." She tiptoes through the mess to Barrett. "Hi, I'm Junie. It's nice to meet you. My daughter thinks the world of you and your son." Barrett forces a smile and something resembling a bit of life into his spine as he tries to sit straight and offer her his hand. She stares at it, then shoots me a look. "Oh." Barrett fists his hand, having forgotten about the blood on it. "It's nice to meet you. I think the world of Henna, too." His words are strained. Barrett is in pain. "Point me to a broom and mop." Junie holds her smile, and it's not fake or forced. It's filled with compassion. Barrett nods to the tall pantry door next to the fridge. I grab the cleaning supplies. "I'm going to clear a path to get you out of the kitchen so you can rest while we clean up." Barrett struggles to maintain eye contact with either one of us. He's clearly embarrassed. I can only imagine how degraded and completely stripped of confidence he must feel right now. For weeks, he hasn't been able to go to the bathroom by himself, even with everything handicap accessible. Barrett no longer has the strength to lift himself onto the toilet, or use the device to lift himself to pull his pants up and down. His sense of independence has vanished from his life. Barrett doesn't have much of a life anymore. I clean him up while my mom clears a path to the living room. We help him into his recliner, where he quickly falls asleep. It takes over 2 hours to clean up the mess in the kitchen and dispose of all the broken dishes. I hand my mom a glass of water as we lean against opposite counters, gross and sweaty. "Thank you for..." A wave of emotion hits me before I can finish. "He needs chemo. Maybe there's something experimental. I can have someone look into this. We can pay for his treatment. He doesn't want it. Henna, he thinks he doesn't want it because he's still battling the cancer, so he perceives everything he's done up to this point as a failure. But if he had better doctors, more resources..." "Mom," I shake my head. "He destroyed the kitchen today because Etta made all of his favorite foods. She did something nice for him. Can you imagine how he'll react if someone suggests he try a new experimental treatment?" I drink the rest of my water and set the glass down. "But seriously," I hug her. "Thank you so much for what you did today." She hugs me and kisses my cheek. "I'm here for you. Even though I'm leaving tomorrow, I can be here in a few hours if you need me, okay? You are always my #1 priority." "Thank you." I pull back and smile. "Mom." She gathers my hair and pushes it off my shoulders, stroking it a few times like she's done since I was a little girl. "Hey." Junie glances over my shoulder and I turn. Bodhi looks past me to my mom. "Hey." I immediately go to him, falling into his embrace. "Everything okay?" "No. Everything is the worst everything could be." "Yeah. Bodhi, I want you to meet my mom, Junie." "Mom?" I turn. "This is Bodhi." Bodhi holds out his hand, but his body is stiff and awkward. I'm sure he's thinking that she knows our story, and it's not one a guidance counselor should be proud of. "So nice to finally meet you." Junie shakes his hand. The feeling is mutual. Her eyes widen a bit as her smile turns into something fun and flirty. A much-needed change of mood after the previous 2 hours we've shared here in the kitchen. "I can see why my daughter is obsessed with you." Oh my God, Mom, I'm not obsessed with him. She knows how to make me act like a young girl embarrassed over a boy. This makes Bodhi grin. Thank you. The obsession is mutual. I blush when Bodhi winks at me. Are you staying for dinner? I'd love to have you, he says. Oh no, it's been... She glances at me as if she's not sure I'm going to share this afternoon's incident with him. A long afternoon. I'm going to head home, get a little more work done, and maybe order in some food to eat while watching a movie. Squeezing my arm, she kisses my cheek one more time. Breakfast in the morning? I nod. Again, a pleasure meeting you. Give your dad my warmest regards when he wakes up. Bodhi nods with a small smile. Thank you. I will. Nice meeting you too. She lets herself out, and I fall back into his embrace, releasing a long breath. Deep sigh. Yes. I look up at him. And a crease between your eyes. He rubs his fingers above the bridge of my nose. What's going on today? I brought my mom by to meet your dad. He nods. And he never woke up? Biting my lips together, I shake my head. When we arrived, he was in the kitchen with Etta. She made him his favorite meals, hoping something would sound good to him. He didn't want to eat anything. Bodhi nods again, brow wrinkled. He sort of lost it. I didn't see it happen. We arrived after the damage was done. What do you mean, lost it? And what damage? He threw all the dishes of food around the kitchen, breaking most of the dishes. I step back and point to the wall by the small kitchen table. The tomato sauce didn't completely come off. It's still tinged red. Bodhi's lips part as he blinks several times at the stain on the wall. Where's Etta? She was a bit shaken, so my mom had her driver John escort Etta to her trailer while we cleaned up your dad and the mess. He closes his eyes, rubbing the corners of them with his fingers. Shit. I'm so sorry. Don't apologize. He grunts a deep exhale of sarcasm. This was your mom's first visit to my house. Her impression of my family. Bodhi. I grab his face. Your dad has cancer. There's nothing impressive about cancer. There's also no judgment. There's just pain and compassion. That's it. He's in so much pain, and all we can do is show him complete compassion. Emotion reddens in his eyes. I press my forehead to his. Make things right with your dad, Bodhi. He shakes his head. He's a fighter. He's just forgotten how to do it. Bodhi, I repeat with more gravity to my voice. Make things right. Maybe it's what he needs to fight this. Maybe it's not. But you will never regret saying what needs to be said right now. He'll think it's permission to die. I tighten my hold on his face and kiss him. It's his life. He doesn't need permission to die. Henna. His voice breaks as he covers my hands with his hands. He's my dad. He's part of me, and I'm part of him. He needs my permission to leave me. I press my thumbs just beneath his eyes to wipe away the tears that escape.
Chapter 39. Bodhi. I lost my way. That's it. There was no other grand explanation for how I got here, and now I don't even remember where I was going. Maybe that's the problem. I need to stop going anywhere. I'm here. He's here. We have now. Mistakes and dreams distract from reality. My reality is my father wants to die, but I don't know if it's for me or for him. I can't let him die for me. Hey. His greeting lacks oxygen. Every word he speaks feels borrowed, every blink stolen. Hey. I find a genuine smile for him because he deserves the best of me. His sluggish gaze lands on the beautiful woman asleep on the sofa with her head in my lap. "She loves you." I nod once. I love her. Dad's shaky hand reaches for the remote to his chair. He raises the back a few inches. "I love you too," I say, just above a whisper. He pauses, gray-blue eyes focused on me. I've fought for so many years to be strong and brave, anguished and regretful, obedient and indebted. True emotion stayed buried in a dark place next to my soul. I felt guilty for loving him, so I never said it. I tried to show it, but after the accident, those 3 words felt empty coming from me. I felt unworthy of saying them to him. They wouldn't make him walk. They wouldn't cure his cancer. They wouldn't bring my mom back. Stroking Henna's long hair, I let the tears go, holding them back, not saying those 3 words. It was so much easier than this. Vulnerability takes more strength than anything else in life. You have to be willing to feel absolutely every emotion. Vulnerability is the sharpest knife, the longest marathon, the highest mountain. The lump in my throat makes it nearly impossible to speak. I can't hear anything beyond the pulse in my ears, and everything is blurred through the endless tears. But I say everything. Sniffling, I clench my jaw a few times, forcing the words past the swell of emotion in my chest. I do. I love you, Dad, and there's never been a single day of my entire fucked-up life that I haven't felt your love for me. I think that hurt the most. Mom called it grace. She once told me that's why she stayed, because at the end of your very worst days together, she always felt your grace and your hope. As I swallow the fear that instinctively wants to protect my vulnerability, I use the back of my arm to wipe my face, but it's a lost cause because I've waited too many years to say these words to him. You told me to play my music when Mom thought it was wasted time. You sold your favorite horse to buy me my first drum set. Mom called you an enabler. You called it a chance. Everyone deserves a chance in life. That's what you said. And then you said, don't screw it up. I choke on a sob, hoping I don't wake up Henna. I'm not sure I can be this vulnerable in front of her, too. Dad's brow wrinkles as he tries to sit up more, but he can't, and I sense his frustration. Gently sliding out from under Henna's head, I ease onto my knees beside my dad's chair. Clasping my hand with his, I bend down, resting my forehead on our hands. He sets his other hand on the back of my head. I'd do it again, knowing the outcome. I'd do it again, he says. I'd buy you the drums. I'd tell you to play your music. I'd get in my car and drive to that house. I'd climb those same stairs, wrap my arm around you, and try to carry you down the marble stairs. You're my boy, Bodhi. I might not be able to always catch you when you fall, but it won't ever stop me from trying. And maybe you're looking for my forgiveness, but I've told you 1,000,000 times there's nothing to forgive. There is no debt to pay. Dad. Sobs rack my body. He strokes my hair like I did to Henna's hair. I just fear you've lost your will to jump, and maybe it's because you don't think I can catch you now, and maybe I can't, but don't you ever stop chasing your dreams. Chase them all the way off a cliff, but for God's sake, don't be afraid to jump. I cry like I've never cried before, not even when my mom died. I've never let myself feel this deeply because it just fucking hurts. I'll jump, but you have to fight, and not because I need you to catch me. I just need you. I lift my head, squeezing his hand as I press my lips to the back of it. You're the mom I lost. You're the sister who left. You're my friend, my father, my whole family. My words break apart. You're my idol. I'd be so damn lucky to even be half the man you are. His shaky hand cups the back of my head and pulls me closer so he can kiss my forehead. My boy, you're already twice the man I am. You're smart and kind. He releases my head so he can look me in the eye. And compassionate. I shake my head. I won't let you give up. I won't let you go. He nods, giving me a sad smile. I know you won't. Swallowing hard, he lets his gaze shift to Henna for a few seconds before returning to me. Thank you for holding on when I wanted to let go. Thank you for loving me like that. I smile through my pain. Henna was right. I needed to make things right with him. Fuck the cancer. My hand squeezes his again. We've got this. Fuck the cancer, he echoes. I help him get ready for bed, and tonight it doesn't feel like I'm imprisoned in this life. It doesn't feel like a debt to pay. Helping my dad, being with my dad, feels like a privilege. If I can get you an appointment, I'm going to see if Etta and Henna will take you to the doctor so we can get a new game plan. Hope. It feels amazing to have hope again. Dad nods as I pull the covers over him. Yes, it's time for a new game plan. I'd take you myself, but I need to finish the school year, and I don't want to put this off any longer. You're too weak and in too much pain. They need to find a solution. They will. He gives me a reassuring smile. Good night. I shut off his light. Bodhi? I stop just shy of completely closing his door. Yeah? The girl. She's the one. I grin even though he can't see it. She's life, I whisper. That life hasn't moved an inch from her curled-up position on the sofa. I pick her up, and her sleepy eyes blink open, eyelids almost too heavy to stay open. You've been crying. Her forehead wrinkles as she tightens her hold around my neck while I carry her up the stairs. I nod. Bodhi. She reaches for my hand after I set her on the bed. I need a shower. Henna releases my hand, lips trapped between her teeth. Shower with me?
Henna. I look up. After a few seconds of searching Bodhi's red eyes, I return a sad smile that mirrors the residual pain on his face. What made him cry? I have a million questions, but I don't think he needs them right now. He just needs me. So I'm going to give him all I have to give until he hates me. And he will hate me. Taking his proffered hand, I follow him to the tiny bathroom. He turns on the water, letting the small space fill with steam. Without a second of hesitation, I remove my shirt. He removes his. Our locked gazes never falter. We strip, and it's the start of something physical. But I have a feeling the mark he's getting ready to leave on me will be deep and emotional. We step into the shower, and Bodhi closes his eyes as the water streams over his head. My hands rest on his chest, and my lips press to his sternum. I'm sorry you're sad. If I could take your pain away, I would. He tips his chin down and opens his eyes, drops of water clinging to his eyelashes. I've never seen him look this vulnerable. You were right. He smooths my hair away from my face. I told my dad everything I never said before, and we're better. He presses his forehead to mine, rolling it back and forth a few times before kissing my cheek and slowly dragging his lips along my skin to kiss my face everywhere. That's good. I slide my hands up to his shoulders, curling my fingers into his muscles while he steps closer, rubbing his erection against my belly. Yes. He nips at my lips, teasing me like the fingers sliding between my legs. I'm going to call the doctor tomorrow to see when we can start chemo again. What? My fingers ease up on his shoulders, but his fingers venture farther between my legs. His breaths become ragged, his lips hungrier. Bodhi's words swirl in my head, not making any sense. But maybe it's just because he's manipulating my body like only Bodhi can do. Emotion wrestles in my chest, tugging at what I think he means and what I know can't be true. I saw it deep in Barrett's lifeless eyes. I heard every ounce of pain and resignation in his voice. There's no way he agreed to chemo. My breath catches as he palms my ass with both hands. I moan, my mind dizzy with what I'm trying to feel and what I need to figure out. The need to feel wins over. I reach my hands back and mold them to his over my ass. Too hard? He loosens his grip a bit, pulling his head back just enough to look at me. My fingers flex, encouraging his to do the same as I shake my head. No. I blink a few times and look away. Henna, his voice lowers. Are you blushing? My gaze lands on his again. I shrug. I love the way your hands claim my ass, like their purpose in life is to manipulate my body exactly where and how you want it. Bodhi's lips stretch wide, showing all of his beautiful white teeth. Well, my hands love the way your body bends to their demands. Don't be cocky. I lift onto my toes and bite his bottom lip. Those strong hands that I love on my body lift me up, pinning me to the wall. Bodhi spreads me open, driving into me with one confident thrust. Jesus! My head falls to his shoulder as I claw his back. When I lift my head, he smirks, looking like a god who owns my world. I think you like me cocky. I like your cock in me. I kiss his neck, running my tongue up to his chin where my teeth tease the strong angle of his jaw. One of my legs slides down to balance on my tippy toes while he cups the back of my other knee, lifting it high to keep his body wedged into mine. I love hell. It's my favorite place to be. Bodhi takes me hard and slow, crashing his mouth to mine. Just after midnight, we're parked outside of my guest house. I promised breakfast with my mom before she leaves tomorrow, and if I stay all night with Bodhi, I'll never make it home in time. Bodhi opens my door. I grin, climbing out. Oh, now you're a gentleman. He slides the hood of my sweatshirt over my still wet head and tugs on the drawstrings. I have no idea what you mean by that. About 20 minutes ago, our first goodnight kiss in his driveway turned into our pants shoved down to our knees and my hands planted against the side of Alice, while Mr. Gentleman gripped my hips and made the studs in the barn look like amateurs. I'm not sure if his intensity with me tonight is really about me or his need to let everything go after talking with his dad. Nuzzling into his neck, I inhale a mix of pine, cedar, and Bodhi. It gives me a better high than any joint or edible. His chin has a few days' worth of stubble, and his hair looks like someone ran their fingers through it 1,000,000 times, tugging and pulling. I might be that someone. My hands slip into the back pockets of his jeans. I like you, gentle. It's sweet, and my heart feels like it could burst. But I glance up, meeting his devilish grin. As if to say he knows where this is going, he palms my ass much harder than my grip on his backside. When you need me in the moment, when you can't physically hold back, I wet my lips. That's when I feel so alive I can barely breathe past my racing pulse. I love insatiable Bodhi. Insatiable. He nods, lips twisted a bit. I think that's an incredibly accurate word for how I feel when I'm around you. Cocking my head a bit, I blow out a slow breath. Tonight you felt extra insatiable and intense. I feel like it's because of your dad. He studies me for a few seconds, then nods several times. It felt like this huge weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Maybe, just maybe, Barrett had a coming-to-Jesus moment with Bodhi. Maybe Barrett decided it wasn't time to meet his maker after all. But I doubt it. And that breaks my heart for Bodhi. Speaking of my dad, I need to get home. What you did to me against poor Alice back at my house has me running late tonight. My eyebrows inch up my forehead, jaw unhinged for a few seconds before I cough a laugh. Shh. He releases my ass and presses a finger to my mouth. Don't say anything and ruin this moment for me. My agape expression shifts into a grin. I said that same thing to him when I saw Alice for the first time. Sometimes I wonder what my heart did before I met you, besides droning to the same old beat every day. He slides his fingers between mine and ducks his head, closing his eyes and rubbing his nose against mine. What's going through your head right now? I whisper. Lyrics. A song? He nods slowly. What song? Our song. We have a song. Dave Matthews Band. I smile. He doesn't have to say the title. I already know. We are Henna and Bodhi. You and me. You and me. He echoes the title in a whisper before capturing my lips just like he did to my heart years ago. As we kiss one last time, I think of the lyrics. Packing a bag, disappearing, taking a boat and not stopping until we've reached the end of the world, because together we can do anything. Those words are our life when we are limitless.
Chapter 40.
Good morning. I wasn't sure I'd see you. Junie winks. Fiona smiles while serving me a cup of coffee. You're flying back out to California today. Of course I'd be here for breakfast with you. Why would you think otherwise? I got a first-hand look at Mr. Bodhi Malone. She grins behind her coffee mug. My lips lose the battle at playing it cool. It was right after midnight by the time he dropped me off. He's hot. Here we go. The conversation I always wondered if I could have with my mom, even if I think of her as Junie, my best friend. I give it a go. Yes, he's that and more. More? She hums. More is good. I sip my coffee, feeling flushed from the topic. More is... My words skid to a stop before leaping off my tongue. Can I say more is what happened against the side of Alice last night? She studies me for a few seconds. Zach and I still go at it like rabbits. I choke on my coffee. Mom! There's my answer. She might welcome this conversation with me, and I feel like the luckiest girl in the world for having this cool mom, but I don't think I can do this. Come on, Henna. She reaches across the table and squeezes my arm. I've been waiting years to have this conversation with you. I've told you to live life, and sex should be one of the greatest human experiences you have. Why do you think the world is so abundantly populated? Why do you think Ziptunes is the most successful record label? Humans are sexual beings. We are emotional beings. When we're not having sex, we're thinking about sex. When we're not thinking about sex, we're working hard so we can have homes, beds, cars, yachts, jets. She smirks. And all of these are just places to have sex. My laugh stays in for maybe 2 seconds before I lose it. Junie laughs too. We laugh together until we're in tears. I love my mom, my friend. While I know her sex speech holds a lot of truth, she preached it because she knew I needed this. After everything that happened yesterday, this side-splitting laughter is exactly what I need. Wiping the tears away, I giggle a few more times. My face and sides hurt from laughing so hard. Bodhi is hot and sexy. He's very generous. My teeth dig into my bottom lip as I gauge her reaction. I can't believe I'm telling her this, but I am. He touches me like he owns every part of my body, and his large hands do it quite well. It's confident and so fucking sexy. Sometimes it's gentle, as if we have something emotional to say, but we can't find the words. And sometimes I'm on fire. Fiona could fry an egg on my cheeks. Raw. Junie finishes my thoughts. Primal. Like it pisses you off that you can't get any closer. Every sense comes to life, hungry to be satisfied. And when you're close to that moment, you don't give a single fuck about anything else in the world. Your brain shuts down, lending every ounce of energy to taking and giving the most indescribable pleasure. My mouth hangs open, hands wrapped around my coffee mug. Junie lifts an eyebrow. And if it's not like that for you, then we need to talk some more because it should be like that. Don't settle for anything less. I continue to stare at her. God, she shakes her head. Of all the mornings for you to be sober, this is the one when I wish your tongue was a little more relaxed. I chuckle, coming out of my stupor. Fine. What do you want to know? Is sex with Bodhi good? Yes. It's mind-bending. What's my favorite part? When he goes down on me, followed by that first thrust when he's inside of me while I'm still feeling the effects from my orgasm. It's when I feel completely possessed by him. Does he hold me when it's over? Yes. We sleep tangled in each other's arms. But Junie hasn't blinked. She's eating every morsel of information I give her while resting her elbows on the table, face perched in her hands like she can't keep her head up. And maybe she can't. I just gave her a motherload of information about my sex life. But she almost chokes on the word. Have I rendered the confident supermodel speechless? But it's more. It's just more, and that more can't be defined. I swallow hard as my eyes fill with a new kind of tears, and my lower lip starts to tremble. Sweetie. She gets up and comes around to my side of the table and hugs me from behind my chair, resting her chin on my shoulder. What's going on? I'm going to lose him. I choke on the last word and shake with a silent sob. No. Why would you lose him? Because I'm going to help his father die, and he's not going to see it as Barrett setting him free. He's going to hate me, the kind of hate that's greater than any love. When his dad dies, I think it will change us. Mom squeezes me tighter. Ridiculous. He will need you more than ever before. Closing my eyes, I let her comfort me, even if she has no idea what that really means right now. I get to Bodhi's house just as he reaches the end of the gravel drive on the main road. When he sees me, the huge grin on his face feels like a knife in my heart. He stops and gets out. Before I can say good morning, he has my face cradled in his hands and his lips are fused to mine. No lemon yet. He's all minty and his skin has that fresh after-shower woodsy scent. I tell my hands to stay out of his hair since he's on his way to work, but they don't listen very well. He moans when I claim his slightly longer hair in my fists, deepening the kiss because every one of them feels like the last one. "Good morning, hell," he whispers, releasing my lips. "Morning," I grin, stepping back to give my head some oxygen before I pass out. "You look sexy as fuck, Mr. Malone. I kinda want to pay a visit to your place of business and test out those cafeteria tables for weight load." He adjusts himself while shaking his head. "You are going to destroy me. You know that, right?" My heart pauses for a few seconds. He has no idea just how much I'm going to destroy him, and not in a sexy way. "Is it wrong that I want Gail to know what we did against Dallas last night?" He looks at his watch, then palms the back of my head, stealing one last kiss that leaves my knees wobbling a bit. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't want her to know." He grins. "Gotta go. Etta made oatmeal. See if you can get my dad to eat some. I left a message with his doctor's office this morning. Can you please go with Etta to take him to his appointment if they can get him in today?" I nod slowly as he gets into the driver's seat. "Thank you so much. You're the best." I'm not. "Have a good day. Don't let any skanky hoes in your office." He pauses just before closing the door. A smile rides up his face. "Jealous?" "Don't play with me, Mr. Malone. Your hands belong to my ass." His gaze strips me in one heated sweep of my body. "Oh, Henna, we're definitely going to play later. But for now, I have to be professional and a gentleman." He shuts his door and mouths, "I love you," as he pulls out onto the main road. On a deep sigh, I make my way down to the house. As expected, it smells like oatmeal with lots of cinnamon, and I slip off my shoes and set down my bag inside the door. "Good morning." Etta turns from the stove. "Good morning. Oatmeal?" "I'm good for now. I had an early breakfast with my mom." She turns off the gas burner and grabs her cup of coffee. "What you both did yesterday." I cut her off with a quick headshake. "Etta, we did nothing compared to all you did and what you endured. I'm a little surprised to see you here today." "Barrett and I are good." She gives me a sad smile. "I've been through a lot with him." My reaction yesterday was grief for him and his struggle more than the breakdown that he had over the food I made. It's incredibly difficult to watch him fall apart and not be able to do anything to help him. "It is." I nod, thinking of what we can do to help him. "He's still asleep?" She shakes her head. "Bathroom. He hasn't had a bowel movement in 2 weeks. He's miserable. And in his words, completely emasculated, since he needs help from me to get on and off the toilet." I cringe. "I'm surprised Bodhi hasn't hired an in-home nurse to help take care of him. At least he'd feel like it was a professional helping him instead of the neighbor/wife of his business manager." "I don't think they can afford it. That's why they've tried to sell the ranch numerous times, but they've never gotten an offer that would allow them a new place to live and enough left over for extra care." "Don't they have health insurance?" "I can see you've never paid for any of your health expenses." Now I feel like the sheltered princess on the hill. I've no idea how much chemo costs or health insurance or private in-home care. Maybe I've purchased clothing from thrift shops, but I've never paid an actual bill for something like a doctor's visit. "No," I frown. "My mom asked if they needed help paying for expenses. Stupid, naive me said no." Barrett's weak, defeated voice calls from the bathroom. I start to follow Etta. "I've got it." He hates when you see him like this. I nod, stopping at the living room and folding my arms over my chest. It's been a long time since I felt so hopeless and insecure, so young. Etta helps Barrett out of the bathroom. He greets me with a grimace. "Hey." "Morning, darling." Darling. That's what Zach has always called me. I don't want Barrett to call me darling. I can't let someone die who calls me that name. It will feel like letting Zach or my dad die. I'm going to change the bedsheets. Maybe Henna can get you some oatmeal." Barrett doesn't respond. I'm sure he's not hungry or can't imagine putting food into his body if it won't come out. "Yes, I'll get him some oatmeal." Etta nods after giving Barrett a long look that's not met with any sort of eye contact. When she's in the bedroom, I nod toward the kitchen and Barrett follows me. "Is it the money?" I dish up a small bowl of oatmeal for him. When I turn back to him, he holds a scowl of confusion. "Money?" "If money weren't an issue, if you could go anywhere in the world to get the best doctors, the best treatment, if you could have a male in-home nurse to take care of you, if you didn't have to think about selling the ranch or inconveniencing anyone financially or in any other way, would you still want to die?" His eyes widen as he grunts a laugh and gives me a knowing nod. "Your mom saw me yesterday and offered to save me?" "No. I don't know if you can be saved. No one is guaranteed their next breath, not even if they have all the money in the world." I shrug. My mom and stepdad don't have all the money in the world, but they have a lot of it. They would move heaven and earth for me. Your son is my heaven and earth, and you've become part of my world too. You have children who love you. If you want to experience as much of this life with them as possible, then let's try. Let me get you the resources. Don't allow your guilt or pride to stand in the way." Barrett adjusts in his chair, a grimace distorting his face. "Need help?" I walk toward him and halt when he buckles at the waist and vomits bile and blood onto himself. "Etta!" I grab a towel. Barrett coughs and coughs. "He's choking!" Etta runs into the kitchen. She grabs his shoulder to help lift his torso. Her gaze shoots to me as I stand frozen, holding the towel. "Call 911. My head nods half a dozen times. "Barrett! Barrett!" She lifts him, but he slouches to the side, eyes rolling back in his head. "Henna!" I jump. "Call 911 now!" Dropping the towel, I run to my bag, collapse onto my knees and fumble with frantic hands to find my phone. Tears burn my eyes as I dial the 3 numbers. After they arrive and he's loaded into the ambulance, Etta grabs my arm as I stand idle watching, wondering if he's alive, if he's going to be okay. "Are you coming?" "Duke and I are following the ambulance." I nod, not finding a word to say. "Did you call Bodhi?" she asks as Duke pulls up to the house in his old truck. "No," I whisper. "I'll call him." Etta ushers me to the truck where I climb in the middle. Duke gives me a sympathetic smile. Life feels like it's in slow motion. It's how I felt right after I regained consciousness after my accident. Sometimes life packs a punch so hard it's disorienting. He wants to die. My gaze affixes to the ambulance lights in front of us as we pull down the long drive. Maybe they didn't hear me. "Bodhi, it's Etta. When you get this message, call me. It's your dad. They're taking him to the hospital." She blows out a shaky breath. "He's not answering his phone. I'll call the school and see if someone can get him." "Gail." "What did you say?" Etta touches my leg. I don't blink. If I blink, the lights will disappear. Barrett will disappear. But that's what he wants, right? "Gail Rafferty." My own voice echoes in my head like this is not real. Like I'm in a dream or like life is just getting bad reception. "Tell her Mr. Malone's dad is dying." My voice sounds robotic. My pulse feels sluggish. "Don't say that, Henna. He'll be fine." Etta holds the phone up to her ear and asks for Gail Rafferty. I don't know why I said that. Whoever answers the phone can walk to his office and tell him there's an emergency. Maybe I want Gail to know that Bodhi's dad is dying, and what she did to us only added grief to the stress in his life. For what? I hate her. And I hate how slow the ambulance is driving in front of us. Is he dead? No need to jeopardize any more lives if he's already dead. Here. Etta hands me a tissue. He's going to be fine. We have to believe that. I stare at the tissue that feels rough in my hand. Why do I need this tissue? That's when I see something drip onto my arm. My hand slowly touches my face. I'm crying. Why am I still crying? It's what Barrett wanted. When we get to the hospital, they take Barrett into the emergency room. He looked so lifeless on the gurney. They won't tell us anything because we're not family, so we wait in the waiting room until Bodhi arrives. Duke nudges me as I stare at the coffee stain on the tightly looped gray carpet in the waiting room. I look up as Bodhi runs through the entrance, straight to the desk. The lady nods, then shakes her head, says a few words, looks at her computer screen, and finally gives him a pathetic smile while pointing to the waiting room. A grave expression steals his handsome face. I feel paralyzed for several seconds, unsure of what my place is at this moment. Does he need me? Do I sit in the corner and let the grown-ups figure things out? As he walks toward us, looking only at me, I know where I belong. Standing, I meet him halfway and wrap my arms around him. We don't say anything. That's the thing with us. We don't need anything but each other. When life hits us hard, we find sanctuary right here. I don't know how long we stand there. We have a way of making time stand still. Mr. Malone? Bodhi releases me and turns toward the brunette in green scrubs and a white coat. You can see your father now. Thank you. Just family, for now. She holds her hand up to me. Without a single second of pause, Bodhi takes my hand. She's my wife. I swallow hard as my mind goes back to that day on the snowy trail over 2 years ago when I asked Bodhi to marry me. It was spontaneous and desperate, but he probably never knew it was equally sincere. I know he just called me his wife so I could see his dad with him, but my heart can't find a normal rhythm now because it wants those words to be true. Okay, follow me. The doctor leads us back to the ER and a room behind a heavy metal door where Barrett is hooked up to several monitors with an oxygen tube in his nose. Jesus, Bodhi whispers, releasing my hand and taking cautious steps to the side of his dad's bed. I pinch the bridge of my nose to ward off the tears that burn my eyes. Barrett looks dead, but his heart monitor beeping says otherwise. When Bodhi touches his hand, Barrett's heavy eyes blink partially open. Let me go, his dad rasps. I draw in a shaky breath and turn my back to them and the doctor at the door because these burning tears need out so badly. This is bottom, okay? Bodhi attempts to infuse optimism into his words. There's nowhere to go but up. We've got this. I continue to swipe away my tears. Maybe I don't want to be the fake wife in this room. The real girlfriend, made to stay in the waiting room, would be much easier on my heart. The doctor makes her way to the other side of the bed. I rotate again to keep everyone from seeing how much I suck at being brave. So, here's what's going on. The doctor shares very grim news, and that's just from less than an hour in the ER. She recommends an immediate consultation with Barrett's medical and surgical oncologists. I tune out the rest and think of happy things, funny things, and sexy things about Bodhi. I think about getting high and painting while the music is so loud it shakes my canvas when the chorus hits its peak. Eventually, the tears dry and I bring myself to turn around again just as the doctor leaves the room. Bodhi's moved a chair next to his dad's bed. He glances over at me and frowns while his brows knit together. My tears are done, but I'm sure my eyes are red and a little puffy. He holds out his hand. I press my lips together to keep the rest of myself held together as I take his hand. Bodhi pulls me onto his lap, so I'm right next to Barrett's bed. Those tears. Barrett starts to speak, but his voice is weak. Better not be for me. I shake my head, swallowing past a lump in my throat. Once the doctor comes back with a prescription, we can go. Tomorrow we'll meet the oncologists. Barrett doesn't respond to Bodhi. He just stares at me with pleading eyes. Did you call Bella? Barrett asks. No. You'd better call her, son. If she finds out, she'll be mad no one told her. Bodhi sighs. Go call her now. Leave me to chat with my girl here. I glance around at Bodhi. He waits as if I need to give him permission. Go. We'll be fine. I kiss the corner of his mouth. He nods, and I stand to let him leave, then sit back in the chair next to Barrett. It's time, darling. He really needs to stop calling me that. It's too personal. The last thing I need to do is get more personal with a man who is hell-bent on dying. If your offer still stands. I've recently made more than one offer. Which offer? I need some money. My body relaxes. He's choosing to fight this. After what I saw just a couple of hours ago and the grave tone of the ER doctor's voice, I'm cautiously optimistic about his chances. But Bodhi wants him to fight, so if he's willing to do this for his son, I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. I'll call my mom as soon as we leave. She knows a lot of people. We'll get you in with the best doctors and make sure you have everything you need at home, including someone qualified to tend to all of your needs and... Darling, he cuts me off. That's not why I need the money. Oh? I squint. I need a special medication. It's expensive. It also requires 2 physicians to agree that I can take it. An oral request. A written request. He coughs a few times and adjusts his oxygen tube. A 2-week waiting period. But I not only need the money for the prescription, I need you to help me find the right doctors. But you have doctors. 2 oncologists who are supposed to see you tomorrow. He eases his head side to side. This is a faith-based hospital. I don't understand. It's time. It's past time. I need doctors who believe I should have the right to die with as much dignity as possible, which, he frowns, isn't much at this point. Assisted suicide, I whisper. They call it death with dignity. Cause of death will be cancer. It won't be suicide. But Bodhi thinks he's delusional. He thinks what he wants to think. We're past miracles. I'm just tired, Henna. He'll hate me. He won't have to know. And don't tell me you have to tell him. You don't. He won't ask. He'll think I died in my sleep. It's not a lie. That's how I'll die. I'll always know. Will I be able to take this secret to my grave too? Please. I hug my arms to my chest, feeling a little cold, probably my body going into shock. After a few agonizing moments, I nod. Thank you, darling. And I need one more favor. He reaches for my hand and I give it to him, as if death isn't enough. I want to see your mom, privately. My eyes narrow just as Bodhi comes back into the room. Barrett squeezes my hand like he's trying to squeeze an answer out of me. I nod again just before standing. Bella is flying home next week. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted. Good. Barrett nods. I want to see her before I start treatment. My gut clenches. This is how it's going to be. He's going to lie to his family because he can't trust them to support his decision to die with dignity. Well, the doctor called in your prescription. She'll be in to discharge you, and we'll stop on the way home and get it. Barrett attempts a smile, but it looks like a grimace. I'm going to, I point toward the door, hang out in the waiting room while you help your dad get dressed. Bodhi bends down to press a kiss to my cheek. Thank you for everything. Don't thank me. Of course. And if the truth comes out, please don't hate me.
Chapter 41. I call my mom to see when she can fly back to Colorado to see Barrett. I have no idea what he wants, but his privately comment left me feeling like I wasn't supposed to know. Then I ask my mom for the biggest favor ever. You want me to help Barrett kill himself? No, I can't do that, Henna. I put my phone on speaker and set it by my bed as I dig into my gummies. It's time to numb some of this fucking pain after 2 very long days. Were you not here yesterday? Did you not see what happened? Had you been to their house today? Closing my eyes, I take a deep inhale and wonder if I will ever forget what I saw happen to Barrett. You would understand. You would see that he's miserable, in pain, embarrassed, and just done. Henna. Since I've been home, I've been researching this online. There's a process. It could take 2 weeks anyway. 2 more weeks of him being in so much pain. And he has to have 2 doctors sign off and 1 send in a prescription. They won't do it unless they believe he's terminal with 6 months or less to live. And they won't do it unless they believe he's psychologically competent to make this decision and physically capable to do it when the time comes. I don't tell her they strongly suggest he inform and discuss this with his family. Do you know what you're asking? Yes, I know. I'm not asking you to kill him. He's going to die. I'm not asking you to do anything illegal. You'll have this on your conscience for a while, but I'm risking the most. I'm risking losing Bodhi. Yet I'm willing because I blink back the pain. If you would have seen him today, I swipe a finger along the corner of my eye. Okay. Okay? Yes. I'm trusting you, Henna. If you believe this is for the best, I trust you. I'm 21, a part-time pot user, and I paint and draw shit all day. Should anyone trust me? Thank you. I'll make a few calls. Love you. There's a moment's pause on the line. I love you too. And I'm sorry. For what? You will lose him if he finds out. I sniffle and rub my eyes. I know. Bodhi takes Barrett to the oncologist's. He doesn't ask me to go. That's fine. I'm not sure I want to be in the room for that discussion. When they get home, Bodhi helps Duke with the horses. They have an above-average day with tourists. I hang out with Barrett and start dinner. We're trying broth for him. What did the oncologist say? Bodhi seemed like he didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't ask. Barrett sips some cannabis tea I brought him. They had pretty good news. Oh, yeah? I glance over my shoulder from the stove. He set his tea on the table with a shaky hand. They gave me 3 to 4 months to live, with treatment. I frown. That's good news? It is for me. I turn back to the stove. You think I'm being harsh? I shrug. Not necessarily. I think you're resigned to reality. I nod. He's had 2 doctors tell him he has less than 6 months to live. That's what he needs to make an oral request for physician-assisted death. Of course, it's good news to him. How did Bodhi react? He thinks I should have the surgery and get options from other doctors. He's holding out for a miracle. I don't exactly hate him for that.
So, how are you going to hold off the surgery?
I told him I wanted to wait until Bella comes to visit. That will buy me a week. If I can convince her to stay for a week and not end up in the hospital again, that will get me my prescription. But I need other doctors. I already know mine won't do it. Religious reasons.
My mom is looking into this, and she's flying back this weekend to see you. I shut off the stove and take a seat next to Barrett. Can you tell me why you want to see my mom?
I could.
He reaches for his tea again, and I hand it to him.
But I'm not going to.
I roll my eyes. After a few minutes of sipping tea in silence, I glance up at him. Are you scared?
He chuckles a little. No. Pain robs you of that kind of fear.
I'm familiar with that.
Eventually, the only thing you fear is
the never-ending pain. I finish for him because I know, at least in part, what he's feeling. It's weird, planning your death, don't you think?
It's not as much fun as planning a party or a vacation.
He smiles. It's more relaxed. Have you thought about how you're going to do it? Like, are you going to take it as soon as you have the prescription? I'd say you should plan a special last meal, but you can't keep much down, so that sucks.
Haven't given it much thought. I suppose I'll just know when the time is right.
Are you going to tell me? My knee starts to bounce. The timing of Barrett's death is giving me some serious anxiety. Maybe I need a cup of cannabis tea, too.
Do you want me to tell you?
Yes? No? I cringe. I don't know. He nods thoughtfully, as if my indecisiveness makes sense.
Well, you have a little time to figure that out. I think it's best if nobody knows. If you trust me to do it when I feel it's time.
Probably a good idea. But, will you give me a little heads up? My bouncing knee speeds up. Another soft chuckle escapes his chest. It freaks me out to think about walking into a room with a dead body. No offense.
None taken.
He has a little sparkle in his eyes. I'm glad I amuse him.
My boy. He loves you.
His words catch me off guard. A warmth spreads across my skin.
He can't keep his eyes off you. While he's watching you, I'm watching him. I'd say that's how I used to look at my wife, but I'm not sure I've seen anyone look at someone like Bodhi looks at you. He was a miserable pain in my ass those years you were gone. It didn't make sense until you came back. With you, he's living his best life. Without you, I'm not sure he's living at all.
He won't always look at me like that, but I don't say that to Barrett. I think he has enough emotional shit going on planning his death. There's been so many times that I've thought, this is the moment I've officially fallen in love with Bodhi Malone. But every time I think it, I realize that it's not true, because I feel certain I loved him before now. How can I feel like I've loved him forever when I haven't known him forever?
It's how love should be. No beginning and no end.
I return an easy nod. If only life could extend the same courtesy.
Nah. The earth would be overpopulated. If you believe in the circle of life, then it, too, really has no beginning and no end.
Leaning forward, I rest my hand on Barrett's hand. I'm going to miss you. Our conversations, getting high just to give the middle finger to our lows.
Thank you. I've enjoyed our time together as well. So very much.
He rests his other hand on mine.
I won't ask you to bury my body in the back of the house, but in the end table drawer I have my stash. While others are grieving, I want you to smoke, laugh, kick back on the porch, and know that I'm one of the brightest stars in the sky, winking at you each night. A star winking at me. I grin. I like that. The timer on the stove beeps. Dinner time. You need to try to keep some broth down. He scratches his chin. So I can live long enough to die on my own terms. Grunting a laugh, I nod. Yes, that. Chapter 42. By the end of the week, thanks to my mom, Barrett has 2 physicians willing to honor his oral request for physician-assisted death. There's a waiting period, and he'll need to submit a written request as well. My mom's plane should be landing soon, and she's supposed to come straight here to meet with Barrett privately per his request, something Bodhi knows nothing about. Junie is coming by in a bit. Is that okay? I ask as he buttons his jeans while I lie on his bed with one arm propped behind my head, enjoying the view. Of course it's okay. Is there a special reason for her visit? Damn. Will looking at his sexy body with my name on it ever get old? If you're going to stare at me this much, I might have to charge admission into my bedroom. I grin, lifting my gaze to meet his smirk. I'd pay full price. Okay, big spender. Now, he slips on a blue Henley tee. What's the reason for your mom's visit? She's going to hang out with your dad while I show you something. His eyebrows lift a fraction. Show me something, huh? I nod, trapping my lower lip to hide my grin from his suggestive look. Bodhi kneels at the end of his bed and grabs my ankles, tugging me until my butt is at the end of the bed. That's not what I'm planning on showing you, I giggle. He hooks my legs over his shoulders so I'm spread open for him. When he looks at my exposed flesh like it's something he craves, I start to tingle and feel a heaviness work its way down my body. My lips part as my breaths quicken. Bodhi, I whisper. I know this isn't what you want to show me. Fine. He grins, standing while my legs flop off the end of the bed. Oh my God, you're evil. Pure evil. I smack him with the pillow, but he turns to the side to avoid the direct hit. What did you want to show me? He continues to chuckle as I swat him several more times. Nothing but my knee in your nuts for teasing me. Bodhi snatches the pillow from me and tosses it on the floor before pinning me to the bed. Good morning, beautiful. He rubs his nose against mine as his pelvis rocks into me. He's going to have evidence of me on his jeans. How much evidence depends on how much longer he continues to dry hump me. I'm still pissed off at him for teasing me, but I'm also feeling desperate for release. Good morning. I lift my head to capture his lips before he attempts to get away. My legs wrap around his backside just for good measure. Our tongues do their favorite dance while fully clothed Bodhi grinds against completely naked me. I moan into our kiss as my orgasm builds again. He releases my wrists and slides one hand under me to grab my ass, guiding me exactly how he wants me to move against him, angling my hips so that the swollen head of his erection rubs my entrance. We continue this erotic dance against his denim shield until he throws out a frustrated fuck and tries to hold his weight over me with one hand while his other hand fumbles with his jeans. I put him out of his misery by unfastening them and pushing them down just far enough to release his hard cock. Before I can tease it, or even get a quick glance at it, he plunges into me with a more satisfied fuck and a slack jaw. And fuck we do. Hard and fast while sharing intimate smiles between kisses. I love these smiles. They're the subtle strokes of our love amidst a very bold painting of a crazy life together. These smiles say I love you beyond reason. It's a good morning. a really, really good morning. Hi, sweetie. Junie kisses my cheek when I open the door. Thank you for everything, I whisper next to her ear when we embrace. She nods without saying a word as Bodhi walks up behind me. Junie, thanks for coming by to stay with my dad. She glances at me. I wrap my arm around Bodhi's waist. Yes, it's so kind of you to stay with Barrett while I show Bodhi the surprise. Surprise, she says slowly as I pin a tight-lipped smile to my face. It's no problem. Come in. He's just had a little breakfast. Hopefully he keeps it down. Bodhi winks at his dad as we enter the living room. It's such an everything's going to be okay wink. Who knew a wink could feel like a jab to my heart? Hello again. I'm going to do my best not to embarrass myself this time. Barrett turns on the charm even under such grave circumstances. Hi. Junie smiles. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You look a little better today. It's a new aftershave. He rubs his chin and neck. Junie laughs. Is John still outside? I ask. Yes, dear. Great. I'll have him drive us to see Bodhi's surprise. Be back in an hour or two. I declare as I wait for Barrett to give me a sign as to if he needs an hour or two. He gives me no sign. 2 hours it is. Call us if there's any issues. Bodhi and my mom trade glances. We'll be fine, she assures him. Bodhi follows me out front where John opens the SUV's back door. I've never been driven like this before. Or in a fancy SUV, for that matter. I kick the tire to the Land Rover. This old thing doesn't have anything on Alice. He grins while nodding at John as I scoot across the back seat. Does the surprise involve anything illegal? Illegal? Forbidden? Taboo? Basically, you're asking if the surprise is fun. I grab his hand and squeeze it. To the main house, please, John. John nods and puts the Land Rover in drive. Bodhi tosses me a narrowed-eyed glance, lips twisted to the side. He's dying to say something, but it must not be appropriate for John's ears. Within a few minutes, we've pulled in front of the main house. Thank you, John. Thanks. Bodhi echoes me as we hop out. We're going to have sex in your parents' bed, aren't we? I snort a laugh. That wasn't the plan, but clearly it's on your mind, even after what happened. I glance at my watch. Less than an hour ago. I open the front door. Bodhi's gaze sweeps the grand 2-story entry. Such a different world, he mutters. Same world, bigger house. More is just more. It's not better. It's not anything to envy unless you're comparing a single-serving bag of chips to a large bag of chips. Then more is obviously better. Damn, I love you. Bodhi follows me down the hallway by the kitchen. I grin, even though he can't see it. He's going to love me harder in about 10 seconds. The basement? Their bedroom is in the basement. I lead him down the stairs as motion sensor lights illuminate our path. Still thinking about more sex, huh? Always. He tugs on my ponytail. When we reach the bottom of the stairs, his eyebrows leap up to his forehead as his jaw falls to the ground. You can't be shocked that the owner of a record label has a recording studio in his basement. Bodhi's head inches side to side a few times. Then he nods just as slowly. I probably shouldn't be, but I am. He walks to the glass door of the soundproof room and opens it. I follow him, feeling like I'm watching a young child on Christmas morning. He inspects the rows of guitars, the keyboard, the photos of all the famous musicians who have been in this basement. Then he takes a seat at the drums. Make it a good one, Malone. I grin. He caresses the drumsticks, much like his hands have touched my body so many times. I might even be a little jealous of them at the moment. His foot starts the slow, deep rhythm of the bass drum like a heartbeat. I slide onto the bench by the keyboard and watch his sticks hit the toms, the snare drum, the crash of the cymbals.
It builds until his whole body moves in sync, each part effortlessly doing its thing. Bodhi's head bobs, eyes closed. He never misses a beat. By the time he flies through the finale and sets the sticks down with such reverence, it takes me a few moments to find a single word. They're not the words I ever imagined saying, and maybe they're even a bit too raw and honest. I say them anyway, in a whisper to myself that he can hear. You were a rock star, and you fucked it up. Reality pulls at his brow as he returns a single nod. I was a rock star, and I fucked it up. I had a fully functioning father, and I fucked him up. I had dreams, and I fucked them up. Does that make me a fuck-up? Making my way across the room, I straddle his lap, wrapping my arms around his neck and kissing his cheek, his nose, and the corner of his mouth. It makes you human. Human, he whispers. Bodhi, you're a guidance counselor. How does one go from owning the stage to counseling kids and fixing schedules? I grin. Was your plan B really what you're doing now? Did you think, I want to be a rock star or a guidance counselor? He grabs my ass and pulls me closer so I don't fall off his lap. Burying his nose in my hair, he exhales, pressing his lips to my neck. My mom told me to make a difference. She told me my greatness didn't die when we fell down the stairs. I was a drug addict in high school. I even asked for help once from my guidance counselor. She said she would get me some help, but then she went into labor and I never got that help. Never asked the substitute counselor. I just got drunk and high with my bandmates. So you chose to become a guidance counselor because you're a guy and you'll never take maternity leave? His laughter vibrates against my skin. God, I love you. You get me. You just get me. After a few minutes of us just being us, Bodhi lifts his head, bringing us face to face. Thank you for this. I haven't played in years. You're welcome. I return the same affectionate smile as though I'd been planning this surprise for a long time, instead of the truth, which is I needed a distraction so Junie and Barrett could talk in private. Gah, I wonder what he's saying to her. She'll tell me. We're best friends. She has to tell me. Let's make a song together. Jump on the keyboard or play something on a guitar and I'll join you. Poor guy. He has no clue. I don't play. What do you mean? I shrug. I mean, I don't play. Just do something simple like chopsticks. Can't. I've never played chopsticks. How the hell is that possible? His head cants to the side. You always have music playing. You live with earbuds in your ears. I love music, but it's not my art. Henna, your dad was a drummer. Your parents conceived you at a music festival. This makes no sense. Another shrug. You know the saying, those who can do, those who can't, don't. Bodhi chuckles. Yeah, that's the saying. Besides, even if I could master chopsticks, it would be ridiculous. Like me asking you to create a sketch with me and you saying you can't. I wouldn't tell you to draw a few stick figures. No, just no. It's a foundation. I can build on it. He lifts me off his lap and pulls me to the keyboard. 2 fingers. Start here. I know you have rhythm. Bodhi stands behind me, grabbing my index fingers and moving them along the keys to play chopsticks. After a few times, though, it's like riding a bike. He releases my fingers and I play it on my own. Keep going. He runs over to the drum set and adds a beat and some more rhythm. Bodhi makes chopsticks sound crazy cool. I can't stop grinning as we stare at each other to the rock version of chopsticks. Bodhi mouths, I love you. And, of course, I die. After a solid 2 hours of playing in the recording studio, John drives us back to Bodhi's house. Junie and Barrett are all smiles. It makes me uneasy. Bodhi just thinks our parents hit it off really well. Since Bodhi needs to give Barrett a bath, I ride home with my mom, waiting until we're at the dining room table to ask the question. So, what did he need to talk to you about? Fiona sets down 2 salads in front of us. Junie smiles and thanks her before giving me her full attention. He wanted to personally thank me for what I've done, and for raising such a lovely daughter. She takes a bite of her salad. And? Wiping her mouth with a white cloth napkin, she mumbles, "And what?" You didn't need to fly home and have privacy for Barrett to thank you. That's an email or a quick phone conversation. What aren't you telling me? There has to be more. You know, I feel like you don't understand the definition of private. My eyes widen. I feel like you don't understand the definition of best friends. There's only one definition for best friends. 2 people who tell each other everything. Go ahead, check Merriam-Webster. Junie grins, sipping her red wine. All I can say is that if Bodhi adores you even half as much as Barrett, then you are a lucky girl. I'm turning a blind eye to a man getting ready to end his life. Being adored by him is not such a great thing for my heart or my conscience. Bodhi played the drums for me. He's so good. Good as in Zach needs to hear him? My lips roll between my teeth as I shake my head. Yes, that good. But he's a drummer, not really a singer so much. And I'm not sure finding him a band is a good idea or even what he wants in life at this point. I shrug. It's weird. I don't know what he wants in life. I'm not sure he knows or has even given himself a chance to think beyond his life at this moment. And maybe that's okay, you know? It's what makes his love for me so special. I pause a moment, as I always have to when I think of us. Bodhi doesn't have a clue how I fit into his life. He doesn't think he has anything to offer me. Just him. Just his love. Holding hands on the sofa while we watch Barrett sleep. Horseback rides. Sunday drives in Alice. Alice? I nod, wearing a grin that feels fabulous on my face. I named his VW van Alice, right after we met, and he still calls her that. He loved me enough to let me go. Now he loves me enough to know that loving me is enough. I can do the right thing, or I can love you, but I can't do both. Bodhi probably has no idea that those words will always stay with me. Do you love him enough to let him go if loving him isn't enough? Because it might not be enough if he finds out how his father planned his own death. I'm 21. Playing the age card might be getting old, but I play it anyway, because my love for him is more than enough. My heart can't let him go without kicking and screaming, begging and pleading. We'll see, won't we? Barrett said Bodhi never needs to know the truth. I agree. You're not making this decision for Barrett. You're not administering the medication. You're simply abiding his request. If it's not you, it would be someone else. And honestly, she blows a slow breath out of her nose, forehead wrinkled. Honestly what? I'm very conflicted about this, and I told Barrett as much. I know he feels desperate, and he also feels a connection to you. But asking you to do this, putting you in this situation, is a bit selfish on his part. Yes, you're an adult, but you're a young lady. Bodhi aside, this will affect you for the rest of your life, just like your accident. I'm fine. Well, fine can be a very temporary state. Taking a bite of my salad, I let her words settle in my head and my heart. Chapter 43. Bella visits Barrett, and he manages to stay out of the hospital in spite of his inability to maintain weight. I eat dinner with their family most evenings to help keep the peace between the two siblings. Barrett magically finds topics of conversation that bring back happy memories of their family. Occasionally, I even notice Bodhi and Bella trading knowing smiles about something. In those moments, I fight back the tears. Barrett is content, weak, in pain, exhausted, oftentimes heavily medicated or high, and on good days he sleeps a lot. Bodhi's itching to get him scheduled for surgery and started on treatment again. But that's not going to happen, because today Barrett holds all the power. He's his own god. It's like staring at a loaded gun, I say as we keep our gazes affixed to the prescription bag on the kitchen table. Barrett hums his agreement. How do you feel? He clears his throat. I'm tired today. No. I scoot my chair closer to his wheelchair. In here. I press my hand to his heart. How do you feel about Bodhi and Bella? How do you feel about letting go when no one knows what happens next? He covers my hand with his hand. I feel like I've nearly emptied every emotion I have left to give. I can't fix them if they're not ready to be fixed. But if I leave it all the love behind, then maybe that will be enough for them to realize the fight is over. There are no winners or losers, only survivors. My kids, they will survive me. My nose and eyes burn with all my fears. I want you to tell me when. My voice cracks under the heavy dose of reality. I need to be prepared. Kinda knowing like I do at the moment is worse than not knowing at all. Soon. He releases my hand. Soon? Hours? Days? Weeks? What do you call soon? Panic takes over. I thought I could do this. But with that bag right there on the table, I can barely breathe past the anxiety. Soon as in every goodbye matters. Soon as in today? Tonight? Are you going to do it before Bodhi gets home? I glance at my watch. He won't be home for another 3 hours. That's plenty of time. Did he leave on good terms with him this morning? Maybe I could make dinner. My hands shake. I fold them on my lap. God, my heart might break through my chest. I can barely hear past my racing pulse. Maybe today is too soon. It's a Monday. I nod several times as my knee begins to bounce. My nerves won't be held back no matter how hard I squeeze my hands together. There's a Monday next week, too. But now that I really think about it, people have a lot to deal with on Mondays. Have you ever considered a Tuesday? And then it happens. My knee stills, my hands still. I think my heart even stops for a few seconds when Barrett leans forward, nearly falling out of his chair, to rest one of his hands on my leg and the other on my folded hands. All that energy, all the nerves, all the pain, all the fear. It comes out as a sob ripping through my throat. I collapse onto my own lap, resting my cheek against his hand on my knee. It's okay, darling. Everything will be okay. I spent so much time thinking about Bodhi and how he would deal with his father's death. I haven't checked in with my own heart. Right now it hurts, because I don't just love Bodhi. I love his father, too. I'm going to miss Barrett Malone. He squeezes my hands with what little strength he has left. I asked Duke to get you a good saddle for Angelina, and I told him she's your horse. No matter what happens to the ranch, she's yours. Horse? I don't want a horse. I want a miracle, just like Bodhi. The improbable. The impossible. Why not? They happen. If anyone deserves a miracle, It's you. He moves a hand to my head, stroking my hair as he mumbles something. It takes a few seconds for the words to register. When they do, I cry even harder. You're the miracle, Henna. Take care of my boy. You can't stay. He'll know. Barrett gives me a sad smile. I nod. As much as I want to be here for Bodhi, my eyes are too swollen. My heart is too broken. The moment he walks through the door, he'll know something is terribly wrong. I'm going to call Etta to see if she'll come stay with you and make a pot of soup for dinner. I grab my phone from my pocket. Thank you. I can't even look at Barrett. Just his simple thank you puts me on the verge of losing it again. Etta agrees to head this way, so I hide the prescription bag where Barrett can easily get it when he's ready. I put on my sunglasses and ready myself at the front door to make a quick escape before she can get a good look at me and my broken state. I text Bodhi. Me. Etta is here. I'm leaving. I need to finish a sketch tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. So much. XO. Bodhi. Love you too. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for helping my dad die. My conscience will never live through this. I'll leave the bottles in the empty bag right where it is now. You'll need to properly dispose of them before anyone goes through my stuff. With my back to him, my hand on the front doorknob, I nod. The drippy faucet in the kitchen marks my time, punctuating the silence, cementing reality as I catch sight of Etta. I love you, darling. Oh, God. I can't breathe, and I definitely can't speak. So I nod without looking back. Rushing out the door, I hold my phone up to my ear so Etta thinks I'm on a call. With my breath held hostage and my last bit of composure ready to shatter, I give her a friendly wave while passing her on the ramp. When the door closes to the house, and I'm at least 10 yards from the porch, I nearly vomit, choking on my grief. Chapter 44. I consume enough edibles to get to sleep. Then I wake up at 3 in the morning, fully clothed. When Bodhi calls, I want to be ready. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I stare at my phone. I stare at it until my eyes fatigue. Collapsing onto my side, I rest the phone on my pillow and stare at it some more until I fall asleep again. Dave Matthews' You and Me blares from my phone, my new ringtone for Bodhi. Before I went to sleep last night, I turned the volume up all the way because I didn't want to sleep through his call. Now, as my heart stops, blocking all oxygen from my lungs, I rethink that decision. I'm not sure how they find their way out so quickly, but tears stream down my face. This is it. I swipe the screen of my phone, bringing it to my ear slowly, prolonging the inevitable for just a few seconds longer. Hey! My hand flies to my mouth to stop the sob that threatens to trample my hey. Good morning, sexy. My jaw drops, mid-sob. Good morning, sexy? That's not what one says when their father is dead. Oh my God. Barrett didn't do it. Why didn't he do it? I'm relieved that he didn't, but what does this mean? I blow out a slow breath to steady my voice. What's up? I need a favor. Sure. I wipe my eyes, feeling like this huge weight has been lifted from my chest. Duke just called. Etta is under the weather today, and I woke up a little late. My dad and I were up late talking. Memory lane. It was great, but I missed my alarm. Bodhi's words are slightly clipped, like he's hustling. He's probably tired too, so I don't want to wake him yet. How soon could you be here? I just don't want him to be alone when he does wake up, and I'd rather not have to call in and use another personal day. I'll need those for his surgery. No. This can't be me. The routine is Bodhi wakes his dad up, gets him to the bathroom and dressed. Then Etta or I arrive just as Bodhi's leaving. We take over, making breakfast and attending to his daily needs beyond that point. Everyone knows this. Barrett knew this. That's why he chose nighttime, so Bodhi would be the one to find him in the morning.
Henna, are you still there? I'm sort of in a hurry. Can you help me out?
No. There's a good chance his dad is dead. Bodhi needs to take a personal day. Period. I swallow hard, choking on this nightmare. Yeah, just let him know I'm on my way.
I'm not going to wake him. Just get here as soon as you can.
Bodhi.
Please, babe, can you just do this for me?
Rubbing my forehead, I close my eyes. I'm on my way. Bodhi's pulling out of the drive by the time I get there. I force a smile when he rolls down his window. It's never hurt this much to smile.
You're the best.
He grabs the strap to my bag and pulls me flush to Alice so he can crane his neck out the window to kiss me. He's in such a good mood. Pressing my hands to his cheeks, I kiss him. Will it be the last time he kisses me? I don't know how, but he'll find out. He'll know I knew about this.
God, I love you,
he whispers over my lips before releasing me. I return a smile that hopefully conveys my love for him. My chest is too congested with fear and dread to find words.
Bye.
He rolls up the window and pulls away from me. Staring at the house for a few seconds, I will my legs to take me there. 1 step. 2 steps. I will never forget this day for the rest of my life. It's a feeling I can't quite explain, but I think it will change who I am. The ramp boards creak as I walk up them to the front door. The front door whines on its hinges when I open it, and when I close it behind me, it's dead silent. Dark. Hollow. Suffocating. Taking slow steps, I stop in the middle of the living room and stare at Barrett's bedroom door. It's cracked open a few inches. Threading my fingers through my hair, I draw in a shaky breath. Maybe he didn't do it. What if their trip down memory lane convinced him to fight this? Sometimes all it takes is finding something that makes the fight worth it. I ease into Barrett's empty recliner, ghosting my fingertips over the worn black leather arms. And I wait. The mantel clock keeps me company for the next 2 hours. 2 hours. I wait 2 hours for a cough. I wait 2 hours for the squeak of his bed frame. I wait 2 hours to find the strength to walk into that room. My trembling hand presses to the faded wood bedroom door. It's warm compared to my cold fingers. Chills vibrate my whole body, like when I'm outside on a winter day and I can't get warm. The ache in the back of my throat makes it hard to breathe. The need to know overrides my instinct to run, call Bodhi, and tell him his dad died. Because what if he's not dead? Barrett? His name catches in my throat, coming out as a stutter. Nothing. I step closer to the bed and gasp, turning quickly and pinching my eyes shut. My shoulders curl inward as my breathing becomes erratic. One hand goes to my stomach as a wave of nausea contracts my abs. This picture of Barrett will never leave my mind. Pale, jaw relaxed, eyes partially open and completely lifeless. Dead. Should I call 911? Is that what Bodhi would have done had he found Barrett this morning? CPR? I don't know what to do. This wasn't my job. I wasn't supposed to be the one to find him like this. Folding at the waist, I rest my hands on my knees and try to even out my breathing. Think, I whisper. What do I do? I run to my bag and grab my phone. There's this sudden sense of urgency, but I don't know why. I drop the phone because I can't stop shaking. Desperation pounds in my chest. No amount of preparation could have ever prepared me for this. "Hey, sweetie," Junie answers. Raw emotion has an impenetrable immunity to one's will. No matter how hard I will myself to keep it together, I can't. My answer to her greeting is an uncontrolled sob as I collapse to my knees. "Oh, Henna." My cries drown all the words. The man I love to the ends of the earth, to the end of time, lost his dad, and he has no idea. I'm on my way. I'll be there in a few hours. Where are you? Here. Bodhi's house? How's he doing? He needs you, Henna. I'll be there soon. He doesn't know, I choke. He left, I hiccup. He wanted me to be here when... Another hiccup. Barrett woke up, but he's... Jesus, Henna, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. Breathe. I need you to breathe first, okay? I nod, trying to calm myself down. Are you there alone? Yes. Did you call 911? You. I called you. Okay. Call 911, then go to get Bodhi. I'll have John come get you. This isn't something you tell him over the phone. He shouldn't be driving after hearing this news. Understood? And I'm already in the car on the way to the airport. I'm going to call your dad and Zach. Bella. Duke. Etta. Nobody knows. Kay. I wipe my cheeks and my nose while disconnecting the call and dialing 911. 911 operator, what is your emergency? The answer stays lodged in my throat for a few seconds. I need to report a death. This dispatcher leads me through a series of questions as I grab my bag and head outside as John pulls into the driveway. I press end and clutch my phone as John gets out of the vehicle. Without a word, he wraps his arms around me and kisses the top of my head. Every day, thousands of people around the world die from cancer. That means every day, thousands of families go through what I'm going through now, what Bodhi and Bella are about to experience. Cancer sucks ass, just like helicopter crashes and falling down flights of marble stairs. On the way to the school, I call Duke. Just what Etta needs to hear when she's already under the weather. Want me to go inside with you? John asks as he opens my door in front of the school. I shake my head, but thank you. At the entrance, I press the button by the security camera. Yes? The voice isn't familiar. Must be someone new working in the office. I need to see Bodhi Malone. The door buzzes and unlocks. The next set of security doors are at the office. They buzz open as well. Do you have an appointment with Mr. Malone? The new receptionist asks. I shake my head slowly. Every word she says sounds slow and echoed. Maybe it's because this isn't real. Maybe I'm going to wake up from this nightmare. Henna? Principal Rafferty walks around the corner that leads to her office. My gaze shifts to her, face long and incapable of a smile or anything even close to it. How are you? Gail acts as if we're friends. We're not friends. I hate her. I need to see Bodhi. She frowns. Henna, I don't think that's a good idea. I swallow hard to suppress the anger that's mixing with my grief. It's a toxic combination. I don't care what you think. Never have, never will. I just need to see Bodhi. I'm not telling her why. I refuse to tell anyone else before I tell Bodhi. It's a family emergency. Well, you're not his family, so... I leave the office and try to open the set of doors to the main corridor of the school, but they're locked. Open the fucking door! Henna, if you don't leave now, I'll have you escorted out of the building. I jerk on the doors. Bodhi! Tears burn my eyes as Gail tells the secretary to call the school security guard. My fists bang on the glass. Bodhi! The security guard runs down the hallway toward the doors I'm trying to open. His hand is on his holstered gun. What the fuck? Miss, step back from the door. He calls through the door before opening it. My eyes stay focused on his hand as it flips the snap on his holster. Stepping back, breathless and shocked that I'm considered a threat worthy of a drawn weapon, I hold up my hands. Keeping his hand readied, he opens the door. I blink out more tears, silenced by how long it's been since I've been here and how unwelcome I am here, even now. But more than that, I'm still forbidden to see Bodhi inside these walls. Ms. Lane needs to be escorted to her car. Principal Rafferty steps between me and the school's security guard. I love him, I whisper, and he loves me. So go fuck yourself. And I wish it were you that died today, not his... Henna? I glance over Gail's shoulder and past the security guard at Bodhi. His brow is wrinkled, his eyes wandering as he tries to assess the situation. Bodhi! My voice cracks as I push past Gail. The security guard grabs me. Bodhi! Pete, get your fucking hands off her! Bodhi's booming voice sends all heads in his direction as Pete releases me and I run into Bodhi's arms. What's wrong? He whispers in my ear as he cups the back of my head. Those two words stumble a bit, like he knows something is wrong, like he's bracing for my answer. No amount of bracing can protect him from the pain. It's just not possible. So I don't wait a second longer, because I can no longer bear the burden of truth alone. He never woke up. Bodhi releases me. His hands grab my face as his eyes narrow and fill with the truth. He knows, even if it hurts too much to admit. He knows. Henna. He swallows hard. I'm sorry. His hands fall from my face. The few people around us step back. Bodhi's jaw clenches as his face distorts to keep it together. He opens his mouth several times to speak, but swallows instead to keep his composure. He killed himself. My nose and eyes burn as I blink out several big tears. He didn't wake up, Bodhi. His body was just... done. I hate that we're sharing these words in front of an audience. I hate that I so easily handed him a lie wrapped in the truth, and that there's no going back now. He nods slowly, gaze on me, but not really on me at all. Holding out my hand, I wait for him to take it. Bodhi makes a slow, lifeless glance around at the secretary, Gail, and the security guard, then takes my hand.
Chapter 45. We lay Barrett Henry Malone to rest next to his wife on a sunny Thursday morning in May. Bella stands next to Bodhi on one side while I stand on his other side, holding his hand. I'm surprised how many friends are here. Not just Barrett's friends, but most of the teachers from the school, including Principal Rafferty and a handful of students. Even Bella has friends from Kentucky who flew in for the funeral. When the graveside ceremony ends, I join my parents and Zach by the limo while Bodhi and Bella watch the casket get lowered into the ground. Since she arrived the day after he died, I haven't seen Bella shed one tear. At first, I thought she was angry, but it's just her personality. She's been very matter-of-factly making funeral arrangements, even helping friends and family find hotel accommodations. But right now, she looks utterly deflated, just like Bodhi. Adult orphans before the age of 30. Did I mess up? I whisper to my mom as she squeezes my hand while we watch Bella and Bodhi. Bella's ironclad composure crumbles when the casket disappears below the earth. Bodhi's hand slowly reaches for hers. When she takes his hand, he turns, pulling her into his embrace. Mom squeezes my hand again. No, sweetie.
As much as I want to be by Bodhi's side to comfort him, I know that's not my place right now. So I climb into the limo and head back to the Malone's house, where family and a few close friends gather for a lunch that my mom arranged. I disposed of the prescription bag and bottle 2 days ago, but when we arrive at the house, I make a quick sweep of his bedroom and bathroom to make sure nothing got missed. Hey. I jump, turning away from the vanity in Barrett's bathroom, easing the drawer shut. Hey. I step right into Bodhi's body, wrapping my arms around him. What are you looking for? Aspirin. I have a bit of a headache. Closing my eyes, I inwardly cringe at the lies that slide off my tongue so easily. I hate it. Sorry. He kisses my head and rests his cheek on it. I know the past few days have been really difficult for you, too. I hate that you had to be the one to find him. I should have been the one to try to wake him up that morning. I should have... Shh. I lift onto my toes and press my lips to his to silence him. We stay idle like this for a few moments until he relaxes. No apologies. I kiss his neck, his jaw, and his lips. It's loving, not sexual. It's truth. Beyond all the lies, I hope he will always know that my love for him is truth. I hope no lie will ever matter more than this truth. Bodhi, Bella calls from the family room. I step back, giving him a soft smile. Aspirin is in the other bathroom. Okay. When he turns, I lean against the counter and exhale. Today I hurt. Not just my heart, but my whole body. My back feels like it's ready to break, so I worm my way through the people in the living room to the table next to Barrett's chair. When no one seems to be looking, I retrieve the joint he saved for me and the lighter. I escape to the back deck. It's much smaller than the front porch, but it's also devoid of people. It's a beautiful afternoon. Maybe that's a sign. Even on a bad day, there is something good. I light the joint and take a drag while sitting on the top step that gives me a clear view of Duke's and Etta's trailer. You owe me, Barrett. Holding the joint a few inches from my lips, I stare at the cloudless sky. In another life, you will owe me. A red-tailed hawk flies above, making a hoarse screech. Don't argue with me, old man. Giggling, I take another hit. To you, Barrett. I hope you're reunited with the love of your life. I can't imagine ever being separated from mine again. After a final hit, I lie back on the warped boards, extend my arms into a T and close my eyes, letting the warmth of the sun blanket me like one last hug. One last goodbye from Barrett. I love you too, I whisper. Chapter 46. We should go through his stuff, Bella suggests after the last family member leaves. Bodhi lifts the bag of trash from the plastic kitchen bin and ties it. Not tonight. An uncomfortable tension lingers between them, but the feeling of that tension has shifted. Before, there was an obvious pull from opposite directions. Now there's an empty void that they fill with confrontational comments. It's as if they don't remember how to get along, how to just be siblings. Bodhi, I want to go through his stuff before I go home. No one said you have to go through his stuff at all. I'll do it when I'm ready. My high has worn off. Too bad. I'd rather not be here for this conversation. From the kitchen table, I nibble on leftover veggie tray carrots as they go back and forth. Bella leaning against the counter by the kitchen sink. Bodhi by the back door, holding the garbage bag. I want to go through his stuff. Did you ever think that maybe there's something sentimental that I might want to keep? Fine. Go pilfer through his stuff. I'll deal with the leftovers later. Pilfer? Jesus, I'm not stealing anything. Why do you have to be such a dick about it? My gaze follows the volleying of their jabs. Yes, I'm the one being a dick about it. There was nothing dickish about you packing up and leaving after the accident. Bella pushes off the counter, planting her hands on her hips. Oh, did you accidentally get high and shit-faced? Did you accidentally need Dad to come get you? I think the days of calling it an accident are over. You fucked up, because that's what you are. You're a fuck-up. He would have beat the cancer had he not been in a wheelchair. Bodhi drops the bag of trash. Oh, really? What doctor told you that? None? Oh, that's right. You weren't here to go to the doctor with him. Leaving was your stupid explanation for punishing me. Well, guess what? I didn't want you here anyway. The only person you punished by leaving was Dad. He busted his ass for years, making your dreams come true. Have you looked at the sign at the end of the property? It doesn't say Bodhi's Stables. Her jaw clenches. You killed him, and you damn well know it. That's on you. You weren't even here the morning he died. You left your pothead girlfriend to find her. Shut the fuck up about her. I freeze, no longer feeling hungry. I let the carrot in my hand drop to the tray. It's on your conscience, Bodhi, not mine. You killed him by never fucking being here. Maybe if you would have been here more, he would have felt more loved by you and felt like he had a greater reason to fight. Bodhi's voice booms as he clenches his fists, taking another step closer to Bella. She doesn't back down. With 2 quick steps, she shoves his chest. Murderer! Don't you fucking touch me! He grabs her arms. Let go of me! She wriggles. Are you going to kill me too? I didn't kill him. He shakes her. You did. You killed him and Mom and your own goddamn life, and I killed him. I bang the table with my hands as I shoot up, sending my chair backward, crashing to the floor. Their heads whip toward me, slowly releasing their holds on each other. My hand flies to my face, cupping my mouth as my heart booms in my chest. Tears burn my eyes. Barrett would hate this. It was me, I say softly behind my cupped hand. Bodhi's forehead wrinkles as he shakes his head and stutters a barely audible reply. What? Bella blinks rapidly, jaw slack. I nod a 6 times before inching my hand away from my mouth, tears streaming down my face. Maybe it's Barrett or the residual effects of the marijuana, but in spite of my racing heart and endless tears, I find a steady, almost eerily calm voice. He wanted to die, but not because he was in a wheelchair, and not because Bella moved away. He wanted to die because cancer is torturous and unforgiving to those who have it and the people who love them. You killed him? Bella starts to step toward me, but Bodhi grabs her arm. I shake my head. The cancer killed him. She wriggles out of Bodhi's hand and slams me against the wall with her hands pressed to my shoulders. Did you suffocate him with a fucking pillow? Tears fill her eyes as she screams at me. Get off! Bodhi pulls her away again with such force that Bella nearly stumbles to the ground. You're going to jail! Do you hear me? Bodhi pulls me by my arm out the back door. I nearly trip, trying to keep up with him as he wordlessly drags me toward Alice. With less force than Bella used, he presses my back to the door and slams his hands on either side of my head against the window. Jesus, Henna, what the hell did you do? His voice is tight, like a band ready to snap. This is the unforgivable. It has to be. We will never be Henna and Bodhi again. I will be that girl who killed his father, the girl who betrayed him, the girl who lied to him. Physician-assisted death, I whisper. Bodhi shakes his head, eyes narrowed. I don't understand. That would have required him to see more than one doctor. And the money for the medication, I would have seen that come out of his account. How? He continues to shake his head as if doing so will erase everything that has happened. I stare at him, unblinking. He's smart. He knows the answers, even if he doesn't want to admit it after a long day. Bodhi averts his gaze to the side, jaw clenched, eyes red with emotion. He swallows hard, nostrils flared. When I asked you to come over Monday morning, did you know? Was he already dead? Yes, I whisper. His head drops to his chest, face contorted with pain as he closes his eyes. How could you? It's what he wanted. He didn't know what he wanted. He slams his palms against the window next to my head several times, accenting each word. My heart stops as every muscle in my body stiffens. He was depressed, Henna, he yells just inches from my face, squeezing more tears out of me. My head inches side to side. He was dying, not depressed. There's a difference. Shut up. Each word rips from his throat like he's on the verge of wrapping his hands around my neck. Just shut the fuck up. Understood? Biting my lips together, I swallow past the boulder of pain in my throat and nod, willing the sobs to stay inside. He closes his eyes, stepping back and letting his hands fall limp to his sides. I can't look at you. I don't breathe. One breath will leave me a mess of destruction on the ground. Through tear-filled eyes, I take one last look at Bodhi Malone. Silent sobs reach my soul as goodbye whispers in my heart. Peeling myself off Alice's door, my wobbling legs carry my lifeless body down the long drive.
Chapter 47. Bodhi. Bella spends several days threatening to have Henna arrested. For what? I don't know. She did nothing illegal. When my sister's not ranting, she's crying while going through Dad's stuff. I have more emotions than I can handle. It could take more than one lifetime to untangle them, put them into manageable little compartments, and piece together what I'm really feeling. I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I'm confused, I'm hurt, and I'm just exhausted. I'm leaving, Bella announces while dropping her suitcase just outside of the kitchen. I pour a cup of coffee. Do you need a ride to the airport? She shakes her head. I called a taxi. Leaning against the kitchen counter, I take a sip of coffee. Bella's gaze falls from mine, her shoulders collapsed inward. I feel as defeated as she looks. Bodhi, I don't know how to fix us. I don't know how to look at you and not see our parents' graves. I don't know how to forgive you or her. I don't know how to forgive her, Henna, either. But I also don't know how to convince my heart that I don't love her anymore. It acts on its own free will. So, I'm just going to go. Bella forces her gaze back to mine. It hurts. I hurt for her, as angry as I am at her for holding on to the past and abandoning Dad. I still hurt for my sister, because when I messed up years ago, I changed her life forever too. If I can work through this, then maybe we can... I don't know. She shrugs. I nod slowly. She doesn't have to finish. I know she's saying goodbye. Maybe a final goodbye. I'm sorry for everything, even for having to say I'm sorry again. But I do love you, and I also understand that sometimes love isn't enough, so... I set my coffee down and walk to her, pulling her into my arms. Tears burn my eyes. You were a victim too, and I'm just... so sorry. Bella slowly pushes away, quickly wiping her eyes and finding a brave face. I took everything I wanted. If you sell the house or the ranch, it's yours. She cuts all ties. I get it, even if it hurts. Bella turns, grabs her suitcase, and walks out the door. After my coffee, I head to the stables to take Snare out for a ride. Taped to his saddle is a large envelope.
What the hell? I pull out the cash, a lot of cash. Then I pull out a folded piece of paper.
Bodhi, I wish I had some great wisdom to pass on to you with my final words. I don't. Instead, I have a few secrets, some incredibly honest gratitude, and one last request. Secrets I promised your mom I'd take to my grave. Your first word was Dada. Your first steps were to me. You ran to me every time I walked through the door after a long day. You tiptoed into our bedroom at night and nestled into my chest. I don't know what I did to deserve your love. Mom cared for you all day, fed you, changed your diapers, and kissed your boo-boos. She wiped your tears and made bringing you joy her full-time job. Still, you were my boy. Thank you for staying. I know you didn't do it out of guilt. You did it because you are and always will be my boy. Thank you for taking my pain and making it your own. Thank you for being my friend. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize that it was unfair to ask you to help me die. You are my boy, the whisper of my name, and the hand always holding mine. You are an undeniable, physical, eternal part of me, but the pain was real, and the end was imminent. It was just time to go, even if the goodbye felt impossibly unbearable. Thank you for Henna. She gave me peace. She took the pain you couldn't take from me. Thank you, my dear boy, for never letting go. Now I need you to do me a favor. Get on a plane and go live. Live for me and live for your mom. Live because it's the only thing you have left to do in your life. Don't try to rewind. Don't try to fast forward. Honor my memory by living your best life. And whatever you do, don't lose the girl. Forever your favorite pain in the ass, Dad.
Chapter 48. Henna. 2 months later. My favorite memories of us are on this beach. I turn toward my dad's voice. Forgot your hat. He sets the white, wide-brimmed hat on my head. My lips find something like a smile to give him in return. Joy still feels foreign to my heart, but I'm trying. I stare at the foaming waves settling around our feet. Memories. I grunt a laugh. Too bad we can't be more selective with them. Your mom and I were in love. The timing, our ages, the circumstances, none of it mattered. It was real. It was forever. I look up. He gives me a sad smile. Yes, I still love your mom. I will love her forever. What they say is not true. You don't have to let go to move on. Is Beth Ann your moving on? Dad grins. Yes, I like her. A lot. But I moved on in other ways long before Beth Ann. The day your mom married Zach was a pretty official moment. We stand together for a few minutes, just taking in the moment. Did you get to say goodbye? I shake my head slowly. It still hurts. It will always hurt. I waited until school was out. Then I baked cookies, the kind that only give you a sugar high. Dad smirks. Walked to his house, knocked on the door. No answer. Did that for a week straight. His van was parked in the drive, so I just assumed he was refusing to open the door to me. But then Duke, the stable manager, told me Bodhi was gone. Gone? I nod, taking a deep breath to soothe the emotions that are still so raw. Gone. He said Barrett had set aside a stash of money for Bodhi, but the money could only be used for traveling, which seemed odd since Barrett asked for money for his final medication. That is odd. So Bodhi is traveling. I shrug. Guess so. That's different than moving. He'll be back. Maybe. I turn back toward the ocean.
soaking up the salty breeze and late-day sun. Spending the summer in California with my dad was a good idea. For the first time in my life, I don't want to be in Colorado. Selling many paintings? Yep. I feel like an actual grown-up with a steady paycheck. Totally sucks. He chuckles. How's your back? I see an acupuncturist and chiropractor on the regular. Massages weekly, herbs, kinesiotaping. It's actually better than it's ever been. But I glance over at him, giving him a smirk. He's always hated that I've spent so many years relying on edibles for pain relief. No, I actually stopped when I needed it the most, but my gaze finds the endless blue horizon again. But? Forcing steady breaths, I find the words without allowing the tears to take over. I'm tired of crying. But I wanted the pain. All of it. I thought I deserved it. I knew Bodhi and Bella were in pain. I knew they wouldn't get high to escape it, so I didn't either. Eventually, my heart went numb, and I realized my back still hurt like hell on certain days. So Mom got me a different kind of help. You're clean. I grin, shaking my head. You make medicinal marijuana sound so terrible, but yes, I'm blisslessly sober. I'm not sure blisslessly is a word. You should have stayed in school. I grin. The real kind. It feels good. It also feels wrong. What if Bodhi hasn't found his smile again? He nudges my arm. My foot shifts a bit to keep my balance. Have you called him? Texted? He thinks I killed his dad. What would I even say? It's been a couple months now. He's had time to rationalize what happened. There's no way he still thinks you killed his father. Then why hasn't he called me? Maybe he's waiting on you to apologize. He nudges me again, making me sidestep a few paces. I shoot him a narrowed-eyed scowl. I can't apologize. Why? Because if given the chance, knowing the outcome, I would do it again. It was the right decision. Dad's eyes widen, lips part. What? He shakes his head. I'm proud to call you my daughter. You risked something really important to you for the greater good. I know men my age who still haven't mastered the concept. Thanks. I nudge him back. And even if it makes me blisslessly miserable, I hope he finds a life. A real one with a wife and kids. Maybe a dog or goat to hang out with his horse. Stop. He nudges me harder. Dad! I stumble into the breaking waves, my hands sinking into the sand and water crashing against me. My hat takes off on its own. Scowling, I grab a handful of wet sand and throw it at him. It hits his knees. Be your age, Henna. Be pissed, broken-hearted, bitter, jealous. Be hell. He scoops me up and walks me a few feet farther into the water. Then he tosses me. I squeal as the water engulfs me. When I break the surface, he's wearing the biggest grin. Wasting no time, I attack him, dragging him down with me. We wrestle in the waves until we're both out of breath. I hop on his back since it's a bit too deep for me to keep my head above the water. Hugging his neck, I kiss his cheek. Thank you. For what? For respecting my feelings. And how do you really feel? I feel like it's easy for Bodhi to walk away from me. He's done it before. When I left, I had to tear myself away from him. But I didn't do it without a goodbye. I didn't do it without handing him a part of my heart to keep him company. I did it with tears, a kiss, and a promise of coming back. He didn't even leave me. He just closed his eyes and they're back. Tears join the salty drops of ocean on my face. He said he couldn't look at me. That's his loss. Says my dad. Yes, but that doesn't make it any less true. I want him to want me. Like the epic kind of love where he comes for me. The kind where he doesn't take no for an answer. the kind that involves begging and groveling. I want him to chase me, need me. I want him to hold me in his arms the way I've held him in my heart. Chapter 49. A month later. Pack a bag. We're celebrating your birthday in style this year. Junie plops down on my bed. I glance up from my canvas, dipping my brush in deep blue. I'm good. She frowns. You're not good. You're drab and boring. Love you too, Mom. You're turning 22, not 52. Let's do this. She jumps up, tearing through the clothes in my closet. I keep painting. Cute dresses and bikinis. That's all you'll need. Sounds like shaving will be required. Not sure I'm in the mood to shave. Tossing clothes onto my bed, she rolls her eyes. I already have appointments for us. Tomorrow we're getting waxed, mani-pedis, facials, everything. Then we fly off to party on the Juniper. That's a weird name for a yacht, don't you think? I smirk. You think the Henna would be better? I nod, gathering my brushes because clearly I'm done for the day. Now that's a solid name for a grand vessel. Her lips twist. Do you want a yacht? Chuckling, I carry my brushes to the kitchen. No, I don't. I feel you submitting to this. She follows me. I anticipated an argument, but you're not really arguing with me. Does that mean you're on board with your birthday party? Sure, I sigh. Nothing keeping me here. Yes, that's my girl. Our appointments are at 9 tomorrow morning. Be packed and out front by 8. Italy. I love Italy. Of course, this is where we're celebrating my birthday. Wow, you invited all your best friends to my birthday party. I frown as we make our way to the Juniper, where all of Junie's and Zach's friends are already sipping champagne and relaxing in the sun as Zip's helicopter flies in and out with more guests. Don't be grumpy. You know them too. I'm not grumpy. I just thought it would be the three of us. What if I told you it's just going to be you and Mario? Who's Mario? And what are you talking about? Mario is that fine man over there. She points to the smaller yacht next to the Juniper. It has high sails and a man in white with a captain's hat. He's your captain. I stop, making the guy carrying our bags behind us nearly ram into my back. What do you mean, my captain? Happy birthday, Henna! Zach catches up to us and kisses me on the cheek before continuing toward the pier. Your mom came up with the name, he calls over his shoulder. I take a few more steps to see the name on the side of the yacht. Hell and High Water. Oh my God. You bought me a yacht. That's so wrong. She loops her arm around mine, pulling me down to the pier. You paint and draw. You love to sail. You love the Mediterranean. A yacht was the obvious choice. This is insane, I murmur. Go, check it out. Get settled in. There are all your favorite foods waiting for you. Meet Mario, but he's married, so keep that in mind. Junie winks as she stops at the gangway of the Juniper while I take reluctant steps toward my yacht. Fucking insane. I don't want a yacht. They don't keep well in the Rockies. I know plenty of rich people. I can always borrow one in a pinch. Welcome aboard, Miss Lane. I'm your captain, Mario Garza. If you need anything, just let me know, and... He takes off his hat and gives me a slight bow. Happy birthday. Thank you. I smile, but it's a little forced. I don't want a captain. As I explore the yacht, my 2 bags are loaded onto the vessel for me. Just as Junie said, there are all my favorite foods and drinks. California veggie rolls. Those are a little bittersweet to see. After I overeat, I grab an hour nap, then shower and dress for my party on the Juniper before we set sail for a week of port jumping around Italy. Happy birthday! Everyone cheers when I step on the boat wearing a short blue cocktail dress, compliments of Junie and Stella McCartney. Nice shoes. Junie shakes her head before sipping her champagne. I glance down at my silver Berkeys and shrug. Are these not the ones you bought to go with the dress? Funny girl. Holding her glass out to the side, she pulls me in for a hug and kisses both of my cheeks. You look beautiful. Always. I get a little teary-eyed when I see hers fill with tears. Darling. Zach pulls me in for a hug. 22 years. I'm just so happy we're celebrating another year of you. His emotions bleed through his words. I don't think either one of us will ever forget the day he saved me. The day he gave me a second chance at life. I love you, I whisper just before he releases me. Thank you, I say to both of them. I love hell and high water. Zach slides his arm around my mom. You're welcome. Don't ever stop living. I nod, taking a glass of champagne that's offered to me. Presents, there are more presents. Junie jabs her thumb toward the front of the yacht. I don't need any more presents. Not from us, they're from everyone else. I follow them to the front of the mammoth yacht where a crowd of people mingle around small tables, music drifting from the large speakers. Their friends shower me with celebratory hugs as I make my way to a chair surrounded by more presents. Crazy. I grin at Junie. She's still so teary-eyed. Must be hormones. I open one elaborate gift after another, reading cards, extending heartfelt thank yous, and feeling loved, overwhelmed, and still a little sad and empty. There's one more. Zach stops me just as I start to stand. He hands me a small box. No card? Zach shrugs, taking a step back. I glance around. Everyone is leaving. What's going on? It's a very personal gift. I lift an eyebrow. Personal? Oh my God. My mom has tears sliding down her cheeks. Mom? She shakes her head, backing away from me. It's fine, she smiles. Love you, darling. Zach winks just before taking my mom's hand and leading her away. I'm alone with a personal gift as the sun sets over the beautiful blue water. I pull the gold ribbon and unwrap the blue paper that matches my dress. It's a wood box. My fingers ghost over the smooth surface with a tree carved into it. I open the lid. It's filled with postcards. From Bodhi. The top one is from Helsinki, Finland. Dear Henna, I'm in Finland. My parents were going to travel here for their 20th anniversary. I'm still mourning the loss of my father. The fact that I just said that means I'll never actually mail this postcard to you. I'm a mess. How's that for honesty? I don't know what happens next in my life, so I'm taking a page from your book and just trying to live. Bodhi. Gotland, Sweden. Dear Henna, I hate you today. The fact that I just said that means I'll never actually mail this postcard to you. The grieving process is painful. Today I feel like blaming the world. I guess this means that I still think of you as my world. What do I do with that? I guess I'm still a mess. Trying to live, but it still feels like I'm not really alive at all. Bodhi. That one hurt. Today I hate you. Tears fill my eyes. I'm certain my heart is squeezing them out. Cologne, Germany. Dear Henna, today I met a woman at a coffee shop. She made me smile. It felt good. I bet you don't want to know this, so I'll never actually mail this postcard to you. She gave me her phone number. I'm not sure if I'll call her. If I don't plan on staying here long, it seems pointless. But I'm supposed to be living, so maybe I'll get the courage to do it. Bodhi. As I set this one aside, I choke out a sob. Prague, Czech Republic. Dear Henna, did it take you long to choose my dad over me? Were you planning on telling me? Or did it just come out when Bella and I were arguing? Did you think blaming you was going to make things right between Bella and me? I'm certain Bella will take her hatred for me to her grave. I wish you wouldn't have said anything. We were always a dream, but I liked that dream. You ruined that. Sorry. It's just my truth right now. Looks like I won't be mailing this postcard either. Bodhi. I wipe my eyes and look around. It's still just me. This feels like a very cruel birthday gift. Budapest, Hungary. Today, I miss you. It might be because I spent the day in the hotel bed. I'm not feeling so well. I think I picked up something on the plane. Your name on my skin doesn't make it easy to forget you. Who am I kidding? You are the most unforgettable moment of my life. And that means a lot, because I've had some very important moments in my life. I should send this postcard to you. But at this point, I don't know if we can really ever be an us again. Love, Bodhi. A new round of tears come hard and fast as I cover my hand with my mouth. Love. He signed this one. Love, Bodhi. Lake Geneva, Switzerland. Dear Henna, today I didn't grieve my father. It was a truly good day. I also forgave someone for something they did that changed my life forever. It was a long time coming. I forgave myself. Not living my life to its fullest is not fair to my father, and it's not fair to me. If I get the chance to be a father someday, I hope I can love my children the way my dad loved Bella and me. I hope you're happy. Love, Bodhi. Oh my God, I whisper, looking all around as my heart pauses, because the last postcard has a picture of Positano, Italy. I'm in Positano. Positano, Italy. Dear Henna, I forgive you for taking my heart. I forgive you for ruining me for any life that doesn't include you. Thank you for doing what I couldn't do. I suppose it's true that if you really love something, you'll set it free. You set my dad free. You set me free. I guess that means I don't love you as much because I can't set you free. And no matter how much I try to hate you, I will always love you more. My tears blur the ink, so I swipe them away and move the box before I can't read his final words. It's funny. I write on these postcards for you, but I never say a word about the places I've visited. I'm not sure I've taken a single picture. Nothing I've seen has come close to taking my breath away like you do. The world is a big place. You could get lost forever, forgetting where you came from, not caring where you go. Not me. My travels have taught me only one thing. Every place I've ever been has simply been a place without you. Safety suit. Never stop. Love, Bodhi. Where are you? I yell, setting the box aside and jumping to my feet. I turn in circles, looking at the other yachts and the people on the pier. When I don't see him, I take off running toward the back of the yacht, pushing and shoving my way past Junie's and Zach's friends. Henna! My mom tries to stop me. Her tears are gone, replaced with a wrinkle of confusion because I'm clenching my fists and gritting my teeth. Am I mad? No, I'm livid. I run off their yacht and down the way to hell and high water. Stopping, I let more tears fall as Bodhi comes into view on the back of my yacht. He's dressed in a blue suit with a white and gray tie. I hate him for looking so incredible. No, I shake my head. You can't be part of my life when it's convenient for you. Christmas? My birthday? No, not okay. You sent me a fraction of the postcards that I sent you. I run my hands through my hair, releasing a painful laugh. Hell, you didn't even send them to me. You were too fucking chicken to say all the words that needed to be said, even if they hurt. Henna. He steps toward me. I'm sorry. I continue to shake my head. Nope, Not good enough. Your favorite line has always been, I don't deserve you. Well, guess what? You're right. You don't deserve me. Turning, I stomp off. I have no clue where I'm going. Just away from Bodhi Malone. Jesus, Henna. He chases after me. I speed up my walk, but my dress is tight, constricting my stride. Wait! He grabs my arm. I don't turn. He steps around me, positioning himself in front of me. What will it take? This pisses me off more. I brush past him. Again, he grabs my arm. No! I clench my teeth, fighting back the emotions that have plagued me since the day I met Bodhi Malone. I fell so fucking hard for him. I'm certain it will be impossible to recover in this lifetime. His hands grab my face. Anything. I will do anything. Do you want me to swim after your yacht? Beg? Plead? Promise my life to you in blood? Lasso the moon and capture the stars? We remain statuesque and unblinking. Yes, I whisper. In spite of the emotions reddening his eyes, he narrows them a bit as if he can't believe I just said yes. Yes to which one? Tipping my chin up to let him know I'm no longer his secret, his forbidden, his undeserving indulgence, I draw in a shaky breath. All. I want it all. I deserve it all. You said, safety suit, never stop. Do you know the lyrics? Because I do, and they're big. They're begging and pleading. They're lassoing the moon and capturing the stars. They're endless. He nods slowly, blinking away his emotions as the corners of his mouth turn up a fraction. You'd better make this matter, Mr. Malone. You said you can do the right thing, or you can love me. I will always choose love. I will always choose you. Bodhi's hint of a smile turns into the real deal, and he drops one knee, and then the other. Forever. Bodhi and Henna. He whispers, bowing his head to my stomach as he rests his hands on my hips. Dave Matthews, you and me? I whisper, running my hands through his hair. He eases his head side to side. No. Train. Marry me. My breath hitches as I shake my head. Don't say it unless you... I mean it. He looks up, those blue eyes shining like the sunset on the sea. His hand reaches into his suit coat pocket, pulling out a ring. Henna Eve Lane. Yes. He frowns. It's adorable, especially when he's on both knees. Looking over his shoulder toward the crowd gathered on the juniper watching us, he sighs. You're killing me, babe. I had a whole big speech planned out. They're over there waiting for the big proposal. They're waiting for you to slide that ring on my finger and kiss me. They're waiting for you to carry me to that smaller yacht. They're waiting to see us sail to the end of the world, because that's our happily ever after. Bodhi slides the ring on my finger, twists my hand and presses his lips to the inside of my wrist. I think they're finally one and the same. What is? He stands. The crowd cheers. We grin. Loving you is the right thing to do. It's the only thing to do. I slide my arms around his neck and pull him down to me so we're a breath away from kissing. You smell like lemon. Bodhi grins. This girl told me I needed to come to Italy for the best lemon drops. I ghost my lips over his. Take me to the end of the world, Bodhi. Let's make little rock stars. Let's be limitless. Bodhi and Henna, he whispers. Sounds like my favorite kind of hell. Blue eyes come to life, and his white teeth peek through his grin 2 seconds before he kisses me, sweeps me up into his arms, and takes me to our forever. The world is big, but our time here is small and precious. Life is meant to be lived, not solved. And love, well, it's like a white t-shirt with french fries and ketchup. It's messy, but worth the risk.
Epilogue. Bodhi.
Put me on your shoulders so I can see.
Henna tugs at my hand as everything goes dark for the band to take the stage. If you wanted a better view, then we should have stayed backstage. I smirk, knowing there's no way Henna wants to watch this performance from anywhere but immersed in the middle of the sold-out venue. Baby, I'm getting too old to carry you around on my shoulders. I lift her up, and she ignores my comment. A single spotlight shines on a beautiful 17-year-old girl from India. The crowd goes insane, screaming, "Zoya!" as she remains statuesque with perfect posture, left hand high on the cello neck, bow in her poised right hand. When the bow hits the strings, it silences the crowd, except for my wife.
Oh my God, Bodhi! That's our baby!
I don't have to see her face to know that it's marked with streams of happy tears. After a classical solo, the rest of the stage lights up and the other 3 band members join in, bringing the rest of the venue to their feet. It feels like the most incredible Bach and Mozart mashup with edgy rock undertones of Metallica and the Rolling Stones. The world of Bodhi and Henna has been filled with tragedy, obstacles, and a whole lot of life. After years of failing to conceive a child, we decided to adopt a 3-year-old girl from India who we met on our travels when she was 2. Her name was Zoya, which means shining or life. She instantly took a liking to Henna. She even cried when we had to leave. So did Henna. It was a long year of jumping through all the adoption hoops, but a week before Zoya's 3rd birthday, we brought her home to California. Yeah, we live in California now, just outside of LA, so we're close to my VP job at Ziptunes, close to Zoya's grandparents, and close to her other band members. Henna's bracelet-adorned arms shoot up in the air.
That's our rock star!
Zoya has no interest in singing, but from an early age she's had sick talent at playing any instrument we put in her little hands, and her music-loving family has given her the opportunity to play all the instruments. Cello is simply her favorite, so Zach and I set out to find some up-and-coming talent who would complement her gift, and that's how the band A World Away was born. 4 members from 4 different countries on their first U.S. tour, and their debut album has already gone platinum. Yeah, I say, knowing no one can hear me over the music. That's our girl! It's not just my sappy wife. Tears burn my eyes too as goosebumps shoot up along my arms. How is this my life? I steady Henna's legs with one arm while taking some video of our daughter, then turn the camera to take video of her mother on my shoulders. I send the short clip to Henna with a single song message. Me, One Republic, I lived. A few seconds later, her fingers lovingly run through my hair.
Henna. We get less than 10 minutes to congratulate Zoya and her band members after the concert before they're swept onto the tour bus. You're my idol, baby girl. We'll see you in Seattle tomorrow. I give her a big hug. Thanks. Love you, Mom. Bodhi pulls her into his arms, lifting her off the ground and swinging her around. It makes my heart do funny flips because they are so close. He's devoted his life to her. I remind him every day that he's a wonderful father, just like his father. Dad, I was so nervous. He kisses Zoya's cheek and sets her back on her feet. That's how you know you're living. If your heart's not racing, if your teeth aren't chattering, then you're not doing it right. She curls her long black hair behind her ears and grins. Then I was doing it so right. She raises both of her arms to him for high fives. When he lifts his arms, his t-shirt rides up enough for me to see the bottom part of his 2 tattoos. His world connected on his torso. Henna, Zoya. When the bus pulls out of the parking lot, Bodhi reaches for my hand and we interlace our fingers like we've done for the last 23 years together. He lifts our joined hands and kisses the inside of my wrist over my permanent tattoos. Zoya, Bodhi. Yeah, some things in life are permanent. Like the love I have for my husband and our daughter. I love you more, baby. He whispers over my skin. I grin. The hate, the immaturity, the fear, the pain, it's no longer part of us. Henna and Bodhi are simply more. More love. More days of living. More nights of passion. Just so much more. I love you always. I turn into his body and press my lips to his sternum. It's been 20 years since Barrett died. 20 years since we realized we were more than us. We are the people and the circumstances that surround us. We broke more than once, but love and time put us back together. And family. Bodhi lived his own nomad life after his dad died, and he did it because Barrett swallowed his pride and asked for a huge favor from Junie. Bodhi will not understand why Henna helped me die. He will need time and distance, but he will come back to her. I know it in my heart. So, I guess I'm asking you to make an investment in our children's future. And she did. Junie made sure Bodhi got on a plane. She made sure he didn't know it was her paying for his travels. She took him away from me, trusting that it was the only way he'd truly come back to me. Then magic happened. Fate? Maybe. Bodhi contacted my mom with an idea to do something special for my birthday. And the rest is history. It wasn't until after we were married that Junie told us about her conversation with Barrett and how he had a hand in putting Henna and Bodhi back together. She did it because it bothered Bodhi that his dad watched them struggle with money, yet apparently had a greenback stuffed coffee can hidden somewhere. I tip my chin up. He looks down at me. We share a few moments of silence, where so many things are said without saying anything at all. He grins. I grin. Hi. Remember me? Bodhi rubs his lips together and nods slowly. I'm pretty sure you're still my greatest memory. This concludes A Place Without You by Jewel E. Ann. Narrated by Kelsey Navarro and Stephen Dexter. Copyright 2018 by Jewel E. Ann. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jewel E. Ann and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.